Okay, we're live, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everyone to the Planning Committee being held at 6 p.m. on the 7th of January 2021. I hope everyone had a nice Christmas and New Year. Due to government guidance on the social distancing and COVID-19 virus, the Planning Committee today will be held virtually. Arrangements have been made for the press and the public to watch the meeting via the Council's online webcast channel at thurrock.gov.uk/webcast. Okay, so with that, we will start proceedings. The first item on the agenda here this evening is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for absence?
No, Chair, we've received no apologies.
Excellent, and it looks like everyone's in attendance, so that is good news. And now we're going to go on to the minutes of the last meeting, or the minutes of the Extraordinary Planning Committee meeting held on the 19th of November 2020 and the Planning Committee meeting held on the 26th of November 2020. These are found on pages 5 to 30. Does anyone have any comments on the accuracy of the minutes? Okay, I don't see any hands raised there. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. There was an item on the 26th of November where someone alluded to there being 758 bungalows for sale in Thurrock. It actually should have read 750 homes in Thurrock. They were not bungalows, because I had this checked out and that was wrong. So I'd like the minutes corrected, because that's wrong information, Chair.
Councillor Rice, can I just interrupt you there? Wendy, yes. Angela's just called me. She's lost her connection. She said, could you try to send the link again?
Okay, I'll do that now.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Rice.
No problems. Yes, no, that was wrong information, Chair. It needs to be corrected. Because there were 758 properties up for sale, not 758 bungalows, because I don't think we've got that many bungalows in Thurrock.
What's the 758?
Yeah, 758 homes that were up for sale, not bungalows. So we obviously need that corrected.
Well, I see Steve Taylor's got his hand raised. I think he made the comment. Steve, do you want to come in there? What's your take on that? Thank you.
Yes,
obviously remember to mute our mics as well. I'll keep mine on, but I'll try and mute it as much as I can. Cheers, guys.
Okay. No, that wasn't the number of houses for sale in Thurrock at all. In fact, I've got the same statistics currently, and bungalows for sale within 5 miles of Gracetown Centre, it's 384. That's as of 2 days ago.
So that would allude, Chair, that the 758 was wrong, Chair, because there's no way we've sold 350 bungalows completed in the last couple of weeks, you know. So that does need to stand corrected, because it is a wrong information.
Yeah, okay, we can do that. I mean, obviously, yeah, Wendy, obviously you would have picked up those comments there. I think, look, ultimately on planning, it is a debate chamber. It's an opinion for ideas. I think when I checked, I think there was 70 bungalows for sale. So it really does come down to what your opinion is. I think the idea was that there was no bungalows for sale. The fact that there was nearly 70 suggests, I think, whilst 750 may have been a bit heavy, there was quite a lot available in the area. But look, it is what it is. You are correct. If the number was incorrect, we'll get that updated.
Yes.
And I'm more than happy to have that added. Okay then. So was there any more comments on the accuracy of the minutes? No. Okay. Now we'll just see if Wendy. Do we know if Councillor Lawrence has re-established connection?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Lawrence has, and she's got her hand raised. Sorry, just to ask Councillor Rice, can you tell me where or what page you are referring to in regards to what you mentioned about the minutes, please?
Yes, I'm I'm looking at it, and I cannot for the life of me see it. I remember it being mentioned, and when I got it checked, it was wrong. Right. We are looking.
Somewhere in the minutes. Somewhere in the minutes.
Yeah, somewhere in the minutes. Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. If we find them, we'll change them.
Okay.
We can do that a little bit later because obviously we've got quite a large agenda. But yeah, your point has been picked up there.
Okay.
And yeah, thanks for obviously clarifying that as well, Steve. It was helpful. Okay, so was Angela? Did you say Angela had her hand up, Wendy?
Yes, she did.
Okay, Councillor Lawrence.
Hello, Chair. Sorry for joining a little bit late. I had trouble with the internet. I just caught the ending part of what Councillor Rice said about the bungalows. I'd just like to clarify that there are two types. A lot of times chalet bungalows are classed as normal bungalows, and they're not really. They're houses, aren't they? So I think if you took that into consideration when they say there's so many bungalows, you'll probably find that at least a quarter of those are chalets, which are really houses. Thank you.
Okay, interesting point. Yeah, as I said, we've got to find that in the minutes. Councillor Rice, is your hand raised again?
Yes. Yeah, that's it, Chair. Chair, I don't know quite where to ask this question, but we did get a couple of emails from Jonathan giving us an update on Malgraves regarding the Section 106. The reason I wanted to raise that one, Chair, was primarily that, that's been going on for a year now. And I'm told, and we all received the email this afternoon, that hospice has cost 5.1 million, yet it cannot be handed over until we get our solicitor to accept the 106. And it's likewise with Tilbury Marshes, it's all very well saying the 106 has to be completed, but the reality is, if the 106 was not completed, it went off to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State said, I don't agree with that. You've done all that work for nothing, if you understand where I'm coming from. And I'm a bit concerned about these applications, Chair, because, we've also got the one which we've just passed the minutes to, the special meeting where we had the barrister attend on Palmer's, the land near Palmer's opposite Woodview. And that doesn't seem to have gone off to the Secretary of State. Now, that's been hanging around, Chair, since the 26th of November. Now, if we've got a solicitor who's not capable of doing the work, then we need to find another solicitor. Because I think it's outrageous that these applications are constantly, they tend to be kicked into the long grass because officers don't like decisions going against them. And I just find that very unacceptable. And I want to have that placed on record because it's wrong. A hospice costing 5.1 million cannot be handed over to the hospice until that 106 has been agreed. Now we're talking almost a year. It doesn't take a year for a solicitor and an applicant to sit down together and sort these problems out. Now, if we have a problem with our solicitor, I would suggest we employ someone else that can actually deal with these situations in a far more speedily resolution, because it's outrageous. We've got a chief executive, Lynn Carpenter, tells us that we're open for business, yet here we are almost a year later and this hasn't been completed. And it's not your fault, Chair. It's down to the officers, the solicitor. Generally our whole infrastructure doesn't seem to be right. And, I bring that to the committee's attention so we can actually do something about it, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. So, sorry, before we go any further, what I was after, we need to just confirm those minutes. We didn't get to confirm those minutes. It was on item 2. So just very briefly, is everyone happy with the minutes on pages 5 to 30? Before we go any further, are we agreed?
Great.
Yes, agreed.
Excellent, fantastic. Okay, right. So I've got a few hands raised there. What I'll say, Councillor Rice, is I know I did send an email because I know we've had a few emails come through this month over these delays. I think one thing to me that stands out is there's a few things. First of all, we're looking at Little Thurrock Marshes, we're looking at Langdon Hills, and we're looking at Mulgraves Farm. Now, those applications will have one thing in common, and what they have in common is that when we approve them, they were way above what you would normally class as acceptable planning. We came up with a lot of reasons why we wanted to go ahead with them, when there was a lot of quite substantial reasons not to go ahead with them. So ultimately, these applications do clog up the system, and it's important that they are in the officer's hands for an amount of time for them to be able to pass them along the roads. In addition to that, you raised the hospice. Okay, I remember passing that hospice in 2016. That was nearly 5 years ago. Now, to me, had they built the hospice when we gave them the approval, this would all be done prior to COVID. Now, what I'm saying there is there's always two sides to an argument. And the reality of the situation is to me, that seems like a very long time to build a hospice. And I think it's almost tiny little bit cheeky for them to take 5 years to build it. And now they're complaining about delays in the Thurrock Council's planning system. Not to mention the fact that Little Thurrock Marshes, Mulgraves Farm and Langdon Hills probably wouldn't even have been approved had it not been for the fact that was in Thurrock, because Thurrock is open for business and we approve them. So that is the reality of approving applications that are way outside the bounds of acceptability. They do clog up the system. They do take time. But at the end of the day, these projects are going ahead. What I'll do, I'll bring in Lee first, then Matt, then Steve. And then obviously they can defend their position. So we'll go to, I think it was Matt first, and then I'll come to you at the end, Councillor Rice. Cheers. So Matt Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, one on a procedural point and one on two of the cases which Councillor Rice has referred to. Firstly, procedurally, so without blinding you with too much information, if the committee resolves to approve a planning application contrary to recommendation and it needs referral to the Secretary of State under the direction order, there are steps which have to be gone through, and where we have recommended as officers refusal, we then have to firstly formulate conditions and agree those conditions. If there are pre-commencement conditions, for example, they have to be agreed with the applicant, and then we have to agree those conditions with you, Chair, and Lee as Assistant Director. And if there are Section 106 obligations, the heads of terms, not the full agreement, but the heads of terms, and that could include timing of payments, etc., have to be agreed before we can even refer to the Secretary of State. So there's a procedural series of steps which have to be gone through. It's not the case that if members of the committee decide to overturn a recommendation of refuse, the next day we can refer it. It just doesn't happen like that. If we did, the Secretary of State, which is the planning casework unit, would just bat it back and say, you haven't referred it properly, you haven't given us the information which is required by the direction. So there are steps to get to a point where we can refer the matter to the planning casework unit. On two of the cases which I do know the detail about, so the Woodview case, which was obviously the subject to the Extraordinary Planning Committee on the 19th, I think it was, of November, we invited the planning agent to speed things along a bit and offered him the opportunity to formulate conditions which would have helped things and speed things along, and we could have then compared notes and progressed the matter. We haven't heard back from the agent, so we'll grasp that nettle, and probably next week I will have to have a chat with the case officer and we'll start formulating conditions. So unfortunately, we did offer the agent on that one the opportunity to start the ball rolling. They didn't. On Little Thurrock Marshes, I responded to the agent on Monday evening with a set of conditions, and I would add that there are approaching 40 planning conditions on that one. It's complicated. It's not a straightforward application. There are a number of quite complex bespoke planning conditions. So it needs a bit of work, and a decision which includes conditions is a legal document. We have to get it right. I heard back from the agent Tuesday, I believe it was. I contacted them again yesterday and said to them that I would be working on the finessing the conditions again, but I had committee today. Unfortunately, I understand that the agent may have contacted all members of the planning committee, suggesting that I was dragging my heels. I refute that. I just haven't got the time to finish it because I'm sitting here on a Teams meeting on the planning committee. I'll get round to it when I get a chance. So on those two, that's the answer. And I think I will have to disagree with Councillor Rice. We are professional officers, and the fact that our recommendations get turned round, that's life. I've been doing this long enough to expect that. But there is a procedure to go through. These are complicated applications with complicated conditions, and that takes time, especially in the current climate. We're all working from home under difficult circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And Lee, do you want to come in and follow that up?
Thank you, Chair. I think Matt's probably covered the position with the Little Thurrock Marshes and Woodside applications. The other two that have been mentioned is the Little Mulgraves and Langdon Hills. So as members mentioned, an email was sent by Jonathan Keane earlier this afternoon. But in terms of Little Mulgraves, an updated version of the 106 agreement was submitted by the applicant the week before Christmas. The council's team have been reviewing the draft this week, and the new draft actually includes some changes which were slightly unexpected, and they're being reviewed. But it's anticipated that a revised draft will be issued back to the applicant next week. In terms of Langdon Hills, an updated version of the draft was sent to the applicant team before Christmas, and that's come back to us, to the officer team, during the Christmas period. There's some outstanding matters for consideration, particularly with regards to the health and social care elements of the agreement, which is really fundamental to the overall, sort of goes to the core of that proposal. But again, we expect the response to go back and the agreement to be going back to the applicant's team next week. So there is a fair amount of work that's involved in progressing these agreements, and it's only right that attention and scrutiny goes into those agreements to make sure that the development is accompanied by the legal agreements, which will then deliver the benefits that have been promised to members and promised to the communities at the application stage. So thank you, Chair. That was all I was going to add.
Okay, fantastic. All right then, so I've got 4 more hands raised. Obviously, we do have a jam-packed agenda this evening, so it is important that we move on swiftly, but I will allow those members who have raised their hands to speak. I think it was Steve. I think you were next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just briefly, I don't know, and without Jonathan here, it's difficult to confirm, but when I last drove past the site where the hospice was supposed to be being built, it doesn't look to me like they've even started on building it, because it's at the back of the site, and as I recall, it was the last thing they were going to do. So I can't see how it's going to get handed over, since, as far as I'm aware, it's not been built, or it hadn't been when I last went past a month ago. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, yeah, I'll get the officer to pick up on it. I thought it had been, but and I thought it was a condition that it had to be built first. Councillor Rice, you were next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the hospice has been built. The problem in that particular one, Chair, is that until the Section 106 is signed off, the applicant cannot release the hospice to St Luke's. And all we're asking for is, I know there's always 2 sides to a story, but, if our solicitor is not coping, then we need to send a recommendation up to the Cabinet and get an extra solicitor, because, we need to turn these applications around, Chair, for the simple reason we're in the height of a pandemic, unemployment is going up, there are related employment benefits to all of these sites, and we need to get them done. But I do understand what the officers are telling us. There is complex issues in some of them, but for ones that have been going on, just look at the retirement village. I mean, that came to us back in February. You know, it's an awful long time, almost a year, and that cannot be right, Chair. Complex issues or not, they need to be tidied up and resolved a little bit quicker. You know, that's the point I'm trying to emphasise, Chair. And, you know, it's quite clear that until that 106 is released, that hospice will not go to St Luke's, which is outrageous. So the applicant spent 5.1 million and it's sitting there like a ghost. And they're having to employ security people round the clock to manage it, to safeguard it, in case vandals actually trash it. You know, we've got to be sympathetic both ways, Chair, and thank you for your considerations.
Yeah, thank you. What I'll do is I will pick up the points that you've raised. I mean, obviously, I can't get bring an officer in there because it's nearly past. We've only got 2 hours and we've got 6 more items to get through. So, yeah, let me. I hear what you're saying. We might even have to have a separate meeting just to go through this on its own, but we'll see. Right, I'm going to go to Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Byrne, and then Potter, and then we really got to move on. So, Councillor Lawrence, cheers.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I missed declarations of interest or not, but I thought I should bring this up considering Councillor Rice is talking about applicants and the problems they have. But I had a phone call last evening from the applicant from Fobbing. It was 20/01/051/FUL, and he's concerned that his application has still not been seen by the monitoring officer, and this doesn't need to go to the Secretary of State. He's really panicking because of all the bad vibes out there, and obviously I suppose contractors talk to each other, and the council is getting sort of like getting a bad response from people how long they're taking. And I know the officers work really, really hard, and it is all exceptional. We've got COVID and we are open for business, like we said, and we've got some really big builds coming on. And this was my concern during my last email is, should we be taking on big builds if we can't cope with the ones what we've got now? I don't think it's not that they're doing the work. I do think that officers need some help to carry on with these tasks what are so in depth.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Again, I'll pick that up with the officers. That was Corringham, yeah? Was that the chalets you're referring to? Bungalows? Okay.
Bobbin, 40 High Road.
Yeah, that's one. Brilliant. All right, fantastic. Thank you. And then we'll go to Byrne, Councillor Potter, then we've got to move on. Councillor Byrne.
Yes. After the answers from the officers, does Councillor Wright still think they're sulking and dragging their heels, or does he agree with their comments, what they said? And the other one, do we now need separate meeting for points are off the agenda? Because we're on half hour and we haven't looked at the agenda. So I'm thinking now we need 2 meetings a month. One for that Councillor Rice can chair, then one that you can actually chair, because they are 2 separate meetings, 2 separate agendas. So maybe we need 2 meetings.
Yeah, okay. Well, obviously, look, there's quite a lot there that we need to discuss. So, I mean, it is an extraordinary time. We do seem to be approving applications of to date that are not necessarily controversial, but certainly over and above what we'd normally. So, yeah, I'll pick that up with Lee, and maybe we could meet up specially just to discuss these particular items. Why not? It shouldn't hurt too much. But, yeah, interesting points, Councillor Byrne. And then lastly, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, really. It just seems weird that we've got one councillor saying the hospice has been built, and we've got Steve Taylor saying it hasn't been built. I mean, it's big enough to notice. It's not a shed at the end of the garden. Can someone confirm, please, and clarify whether it's been built or not?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Potter. So to confirm, we're confident it has been complete, although it hasn't been handed over. I think the issue Steve had was at the back of the site, so he wasn't 100% sure. So yeah, to confirm it has been built. Once it's up and running, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't remember if it was against officer recommendation at the time, but I remember it was an interesting, balanced debate, and we got there. So as I said, look, with the hospice, what I would say is, look, it doesn't. I don't think it should have taken 5 years to build. It has taken 5 years to build. So look, I think on both sides, you could argue there's some criticism, but I'm not willing to accept straight away that it's Thurrock Council's fault that it's taken 5 years to build. Absolutely not. Okay, Councillor Lawrence, we haven't actually got to items of interest, but we will be getting there very shortly. So thank you everyone for that. We've managed to, I think, air some concerns, and I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of what's been going on. Okay, so with that, we'll go on to declarations of interest. Now, I'm only after declarations of interest, not declarations of receipt of any correspondence. We'll do that next. Councillor Churchman.
Chair, it's item 20/00592/OUT Springhouse. I was actually a member, and I honestly didn't renew it this year because of COVID. But my neighbours are members. I do go there. My family are members, and also I've got family that are members, and also I've got a friend that works there. So I think, in the interest of openness, I don't think I really should talk on this item.
Okay, well, look, ultimately that's a decision for you. I'll check with Lee, because we want to obviously make sure that you can take part, but at the same time, if you've got concerns there, if you've got no direct link there, it might be. So, all right, we'll have a little think about that. Steve Taylor.
Hi, Chair, thanks, yeah. The same application, 20/00592/outline, which is the Springhouse. I'm a member. I don't think that has any implication, but I am a member of it.
Okay, brilliant. All right then, excellent. Okay, so that's declarations of interest. Excellent. All right, we'll go on to declarations of receipt of any correspondence. So I will start, because we've had a few emails. I've had an email from Councillor John Allen and Councillors Kerrin in support of Tilbury Football Club, and I can declare that on behalf of the rest of the committee. As I understand, we've all received those emails. I had an email from a John Gattrell in relation to Barmore House, and I understand that was sent to everyone. It was in relation to the access road being improved. And I think there was a few others, but when I went through my emails, I couldn't find them. So did anyone else want to pick up? Have I missed anything? I missed anything out? Maybe I have.
Email from, I can't think of the person's name. That was about the hospice. Crikey. And of course, because I'm linked up to my iPad, I can't physically search my email. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to refer it to the clerk tomorrow by email.
Sorry, Chair, if I just may, Councillor Rice, you're referring to the agent for the Mulgroves Farm application, but that application's not on this agenda, so there wouldn't actually be a need to declare that interest. That correspondence, sorry.
Yeah, no trouble. Right, that's fine. That's easy. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, excellent. All right then. So there's no other hands raised. So planning appeals found on pages 31 to 36. Lee, do you have any comments, and does anyone have any questions they'd like to field to Lee over the appeals that we've had recently?
So thank you, Chair. Reports for noting, but always the team are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. And I've got no further questions, and there's no hands raised. All right then, brilliant. That now takes us to item 7, which is a public address to the Planning Committee. So we can now discuss the remaining items on the agenda here this evening. We've got 6 items in total. 3 of them have been deferred from previous meetings. So the first 3 will be the deferrals, and then we will go on to the remaining 3. Obviously, Councillor Churchman, you won't be taking part in those deferred items. And I think you suggested that you didn't want to take part in Springhouse, which is at the end of the agenda. So it could be if you decide not to take part, you can leave shortly after the Ford Motor Company application. Okay, then. So here we go. Item 8, 20/00905/FUL. This is land part of Sinclair's Hall, found on pages 37 to 60. I understand that we've had that site visit. And Lucy, would you be so kind as to present any updates from the last meeting? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I'm just trying to share my screen. But okay. Can everyone see that? Oh.
Can't see it at the. Oh yes, no, can see it now. Thanks, Lucy.
Yeah. Okay, it's not working like it has before. So everyone can definitely see the presentation. Yeah.
I can only see a blank screen.
Wendy, do you want to?
Yeah, do you want me to share it? If I try sharing it from me, yeah?
Thank you very much.
Everyone see that okay?
Yes, that looks good for me. Thank you.
Yeah,
I can see it, Wendy.
Yep, go on, Lucy. Just tell me next slide. Okay?
Yeah, next slide, please. So as the chair said, this has been deferred from the October committee for a site visit. So the application is for demolition of the existing barns on the site and construction of a building containing 5 apartments with associated hard standing and landscaping. So this is the location plan. So the application site is situated within Greenbelt to the west of Stamford Le Hope. The site, which is located on the south side of Stamford Road, was formerly part of a redundant farmyard, which also included a large car storage building. The area to the south of the site has been developed to provide 17 residential units. Access to the site would be via the access road within the current development, which links the site to the driveway that is shared with Sinclair's Hall Golf Club. The site is joined to the east by residential development fronting London Road and the cul-de-sac of Oxford Road, and to the west by Sinclair's Hall, which is a Grade 2 star listed building. Next slide, sorry, please, Wendy. Okay, this is the aerial photo, and the site is situated centrally with the barns and hard standing. Next slide, please. Okay, again, this is an excerpt from the local plan, and the site is situated centrally on this too, and it shows it's within Greenbelt. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is existing and proposed site plan. So the site plan to the left is the existing, showing the footprint of the 2 barns which are there presently, and to the right is the proposed block plan, and it shows the footprint and the increase in landscaped areas. Next slide. So this shows a previous proposal on the site which was refused, which was for 4 houses. So you can see how the footprint has been decreased and the impact improved. Next slide. Okay, this is the proposed apartment building. So it's got a steep pitched roof design with front gable ends. The design and features have been inspired by the present houses. The pitched roofs, as I said, black windows and weatherboarding. Next slide. Okay, this shows the site entrance with the cycle store from the previous application under construction and one of the barns in the background. Next slide. This is the view from the southern end of the proposal site, showing the wider development at St James's Court. Next slide. So this is facing north within the wider site, with the application site to the left-hand background, but it is obscured by the present properties. Next slide. Okay, this is the site view from Stamford Road facing the westerly direction, with one of the barns in the background to the right. Next slide. So the final photo shows the site from Stamford Road facing head-on with one of the barns in the foreground. Okay, so the site is within Greenbelt, where a local planning authority should regard the construction of new buildings as inappropriate development. However, in this case, the proposal would fall within one of the limited exceptions to inappropriate development as set out in the MPPF paragraph 145, which is Part G, which states limited infilling or the partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land, whether redundant or continuing use, which would not have a greater impact on the openness of the greenbelt than the existing development, is acceptable. So the site is considered to be previous developed land as structures are permanent and therefore can be judged against paragraph 145. It's then necessary to consider whether development would result in greater impact on the openness than the existing development. The apartment building would lead to less built form in terms of footprint, with a decrease of 69 square metres, whilst there is an increase of 17 cubic metres, in terms of volume. This is very minor and would not be perceptible. It's considered the location design of the apartment block would improve the current scenario, and there would be one building rather than two separate buildings. In terms of the effective character, the building would have a similar impact, and there would be a significant decrease of hard standard. Therefore, the principle of the proposed development within Greenbelt is acceptable, and all other matters in relation to the effects of the listed building, design, appearance, layout and scale would be acceptable. So just to summarise very quickly, the proposal falls within exception to inappropriate development within Greenbelt. The rationalised built form on the site and the additional landscaping would improve the appearance of the site. All other matters of detail are considered acceptable. The recommendation is to approve with conditions as set out in the report. Okay, thank you, Chair. That's
Excellent. Thank you very much for that report there, Lucy. Right, just I'll go to Councillor Lawrence first. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got two questions. The first one is what's been done about the problem with the traffic light junction where cars are bumping up to park out the front? And my second question is, considering this is on Greenbelt, what special circumstances have they given to build on this, apart from building on a barn that's been there for hundreds of years?
okay. Thank you. So in terms of the highways issues, we looked at that at the site visit. So there is an existing right of way, which it's there. There's nothing we can do about it. To garages just adjacent to this site, but any other kind of bumping up on the curb, that's all been stopped. And I think that only happened a couple of times. Julian might be able to confirm on that point. And in terms of very special circumstances, this application is within the Greenbelt, but it falls within an exception within the MPPF, whereby it doesn't constitute inappropriate development, so it doesn't need very special circumstances.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salmons.
Yeah, I understand the planning officer saying this bumping up and down the curb only happened a few times, but actually, whilst I was there on my site visit, a large van turned up that was delivering these big canisters of water to one of the houses, and whilst we were there, that too bounced up the curb and came in via the traffic lights, and once it had done its delivery, went out the same way. So I don't really think that issue has been solved at all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salmons. That's a really interesting point, and yourself, Councillor Lawrence. Now, I'll bring in Julian because he's raised his hand. I did hear that a fence had been installed, but on top of that, I did hear that sometimes the bins are also getting congregated in the wrong area. So, Julian, can you come in on the point over this, the access to the actual site, and if at all a fence has actually been installed? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. At the moment, there were people coming in from the London Road, and we did actually put up a knee-high rail. As you will see from the plans, the area which they have been currently using temporarily, which you can access from the London Road, will actually be formally turned into landscaping. So once that's formally turned into landscaping, we'll put some further knee rail at the end of that little bit that comes off of London Road to prevent people then driving onto that grass verge area. But at the moment, we can't do that because they are presently allowed to get onto that temporary bit of the car park before the car parking is actually finished. So once the development is complete, we will tidy all this issue up completely.
Okay, and I've got a couple more hands raised. And just to confirm, it might be something for you, Lucy. What's the situation with the bins? So where are the bin men collecting the bins from?
I don't know. When, as Councillor Salmon said, when we were on the site visit, the houses which front onto the London Road had their bins stored within what is now a fenced off area. So I would have to double check on that because it should be to the rear. But the bin the bin men would have to come down. I just wanted to clarify on the point Councillor Salmon's made too. The refuse collection would need to come down that existing access to the front of the houses adjacent on London Road, which it is an access to collect people who aren't in any of this development, the houses beside it. So at the moment, they could possibly leave their bins right at the end, and then they might be being collected outside the front. But if this application is approved, then in a way that kind of solves that point.
Okay, then. So if it's given the green light, it's just there's definitely work to be done here. So if we do approve it, it just needs to be on the proviso that the bin situation is going to be solved and this access issue is going to be solved, which it does sound like it can be done if approval's been given. Okay, I've got two more hands raised and then Julian's again. So we'll go to, I think it was Councillor Fletcher, then Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, my understanding from the site visit is that problem, and it is a bit of an ugly solution to a problem, but it's pre-existing the site. It's all to do with the house that's off the site, but its garage backs onto the site. And whatever happens with this site, that garage will still need that access. I think the point that we discussed when we were at the site visit was, unless some effort is made to block off access from this new development, it could make it a lot worse because you'll have obviously that many more cars being tempted to use that. So for me, as long as they are going to fence off that area, so effectively only the garage for the house outside the site can use it, then that's fine. I do appreciate from what Lucy was telling me when we were on the site visit that effectively they can't do anything about that access because it's, as I say, it relates to the house outside the site. It's what we do with the site, with this development itself, that will stop it becoming a bigger problem, if that makes any sense.
Okay, no, really good points there, Councillor Fletcher. We'll go with Councillor Rice, then I'll bring Julian in, and then we might have to move on, I think. Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, really, I couldn't get to the site visit, but I did go along to the site and have a look for myself. And quite frankly, unless this problem with the access is resolved, I'd be inclined to refuse this application because it's not satisfactory. You know, bumping up curbs, I mean, it's just wrong. And we're just going to put extra problems in there. And before we know what, we'll have an accident there. And then someone will be suing the council. So I'd be inclined to refuse it unless we can get some cast iron guarantees on this, that access will be looked at. So I think it's that serious, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Julian, did you want to come in on that? Because obviously the fact of the matter is this has gone through the department via access, via parking, and it's been given the green light. So is there anything you can do here to alleviate Councillor Rice's concerns?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The reason for the justification behind the whole development and access to the whole development is the access will be via the existing golf course access to Sinclair's golf course. So the whole of the access at the moment, as I explained, they are currently using that access road which goes in front of a number of properties on the London road, which is via a drop curb. It's not bumping over the curbs there. We've stopped the bumping over the curbs further round. So they're using a justified access that serves, as Councillor Fletcher said, some garages at the end of London Road effectively. Once the development is in full swing, they should only be accessing via Sinclair's golf course access. And if we need to, as I explained, at the end of that access that goes in front of the properties on the grass area, we will get some fencing erected to prevent them actually accessing from that direction entirely.
Okay, thank you for that, Julian. Yeah, I'm pretty I'm comfortable with what you've said there. Okay, so we've got 3 more hands. We'll go Councillor Lawrence next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To me, I don't think nothing's been resolved since the last time the applicant come forward at this meeting. This is an ongoing situation. I live quite near it, quite opposite. I pass it all the time. It isn't a rarity. It's coming and going all day long. Delivery vans, visitors, workmen, you name it, it's there. And this isn't going to be resolved. I thought the idea with this application originally is that the building what's there, that was enough. So to me, what he wants at the moment is an add-on. It's also been likened that it looks a bit like a travelling. So, you know, it isn't doing anything in the area and it's not in keeping with St Clair's Hall next door, which was built in 1735. If this is approved, what will be next to St Clair's Hall? It's part of the applicant's plan that the barns have been neglected. So what's going to happen to St Clair's Hall next door? So I haven't got much faith at the moment. I think until this issue is solved, because obviously he didn't solve it the first time when he built the first lot of houses, he was quite happy to leave it. It's only that I've brought it up that it's come out and open in the air. So I think until this is approved, it shouldn't go ahead at all. I think they should go back and rethink it, sort it out first, and then come back before someone is killed. If it's a child or a dog or anybody, or even if someone's knocked off their scooter, a disability scooter goes by there, this shouldn't be happening and it's not acceptable.
Okay, thank you for your comments there, Councillor Lawrence. We'll go, I think, Councillor Rice, Fletcher, and then I'll bring Lucy in and then we'll see if we can sum up. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do agree with Councillor Lawrence. if this cannot be rectified, I think the whole matter should be deferred for a further meeting, because it's very important with road infrastructure to get it correct. It's not something that can be half-hearted. So unless someone can come up with something positive, and I haven't heard it yet, I think this should be deferred for further talks with the officers so that this can be ironed out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Actually, Chair, I just failed to lower my hand. I mean, all I would say while I'm on is it should be fairly straightforward to resolve this. Is that house on the end needs the access, nobody else does. Let's block off the access so only the garage can use it, and we're sorted.
Yeah, okay, valid opinion. I do agree with you on that one on the basis of the officer report, but I do understand Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Rice's concern also. Right, so we're going to go to yourself, Lucy, and then I think Councillor Byrne had his arm up. Lucy, did you want to come in there?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of the points, and just to reiterate that the bumping over the curb issue, well, comment that was made at the last committee, that is something which was kind of a one-off. We are talking about an actual access which has a drop curb. I think that's really important that is understood. So it's an actual access which people have got right of way over to their garages. And yeah, Sinclair's Hall, the actual listed building next door, it's a 2-star listed building, so I don't think anything will you know, be able to happen development wise on that. And also reiterate what we went over last time quite a lot, that if we're talking about something which is outside the red line, then it can't be considered with this application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Lucy, what, because obviously we'll go to the vote, it's going to go one of two ways. If it was to be approved, is there anything that can be put in as a condition that this is sorted, and it's not just a case of us hoping that it's sorted, that it's a condition of the application that access is blocked off? So in a sense, we're not, if it is approved, we're sort of trying to alleviate the problem as well with a guarantee. Is there anything that can be put in there?
Yeah, well, on the site visit for the 3 members of the planning committee who were there, the issue is that the kind of right of way for the people to access these existing garages is wide enough that people come and just drop things off. We saw a van, so we can't stop that. But
you can block it off. It's as long as you block it off. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. UPS delivery drivers, it could be anything. It could be someone delivering something from Amazon. You get that generally everywhere. Yeah. But as long as there's something there to block the access to the site, I'm happy with that.
Well, after the last planning committee meeting, our enforcement went to the site, and the actual area that people had been mass parking on, which was an issue, that's all been behind terrace fencing for a couple of months now, so people aren't utilising that area, and they are parking around the rear as they're supposed to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I think Councillor Byrne, then Steve Taylor.
Yes, mate. To say I'm with Councillor Rice and Councillor Lawrence on this. I've seen nothing different from the last time, so I won't be voting for it certainly till I get enough to know the change has been made.
Okay, no, thank you for that, for those comments. And Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to really try and give perhaps a bit of clarification. It may or may not help people. But I think the incident with bouncing up on the curb was where a vehicle came off of the A1013 across the grass verge and across the service road onto the site. That isn't the access that the service road, and the service road is the dropped curb near the traffic lights that vehicles are using. But what we were discussing when we were on the site, they were saying that there will always be a footpath because that's the way off of the development for pedestrians going towards the station, which makes sense, and along that service road stroke pavement area. But they were going to put a low-level fence up that would stop vehicles coming other than to the existing houses that have been there on London Road for a long, long time. And one of those, I think it's the last one, has a garage which has access and access over that piece of land. So they were saying they were going to put a low-level fence up which would stop vehicles but enable pedestrians. Now, whether that actually works, I don't, is another matter. But it was, I think that's part of the confusion about this going over the curb was off of the A1013 rather than from the service road, which
yeah, okay,
which is
because that would obviously be something that the council could pick up on, because obviously it's a council issue if they're going over council land. But yeah, all right, interesting point. Okay, so I think we've gone through everyone. I think I can see Councillor Burns raise his hand and Councillor Salmon. So Councillor Burns, thank you.
Hi, I don't know if this is countable, but I've got 8 emails since we've been on saying the lady's telling lies, people are still parking on the front. So I don't know if that's, I can put that in, but I've got 8 emails, 8 messages saying that people are still parking on the front and it's nonsense. So just put that in.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. Salmons, Councillor Salmons, sorry.
Yeah, because the van, that was quite a large van that turned up on the site while I was there, that actually wasn't delivering to the houses that front onto the London Road. It was delivering to the 3rd or 4th house in the new block. And although there is fencing, they've put this like fencing just to try and stop that. I was told that they may never stop cars coming backwards and forwards for the first 2 properties in that row. So I personally don't think that's acceptable. If that driveway is for that the last house in that block, and yes, they did have access there, I don't think that same access should be applicable to these new properties. They should be coming in round the back because there's ample parking there. So
yeah, okay, interesting. So
I can't vote for that.
Okay, no, I understand that. Lucy, I can see you've got your hand raised there. Where are we in the sense of, because I'm looking at this from the developer's point of view. So if you build a development in an area, it's been given the green light by the officers. I understand what's happening, but I'm just trying to work out how that's the developer's fault. So the developer's obviously, it's not covered himself in glory in the past, I don't think, based on what you're saying, but I've got sympathy in the sense of this issue is not really the fault of the developer. He owns a parcel of land. All right, he hasn't put this fence up. The fence will go up. But how can you stop that? Because I'll be honest with you, we've got applications later on. Tilbury, Barmore House, former motor company. We've got the Spring House. I can guarantee you right now, people, delivery vans, visitors, they're not going to be parking in the Spring House. There's not enough car parking spaces. They're not going to be parking at Tilbury Football. There's not enough car parking space. So this issue is an issue that all developments face. It's just the reality of building homes in these areas. So where are we, Lucy? Because I'm trying to work out how we come to this. Look, we'll go to the vote shortly. We'll find out where we end up.
Yeah.
But can we defer it? My understanding is we either have to approve it or reject it. We've already deferred it once with the site visit. And if we do defer it, what on earth is the developer got to do outside of his patch of land to fix it? It's more of a council issue to me. So where are we? Thank you.
Well, I would disagree that it's a council issue because in a way, this application is the best hope of kind of resurrecting the situation because it's a new planning permission and the landscaping scheme is conditioned and the fencing is conditioned. But insofar as this access is there, And as you say, a UPS driver probably is going to drive down there, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. But the development, the people who live here should be driving round the back, which I thought they were, after enforcement made the applicant close off the area to the front that people used to park all over. I haven't been past the site for a couple of weeks, so if those fences have been taken down, then we will have to get enforcement back down there. But with this application, it would mean that that area is changed into landscaping with a fence, so people wouldn't be able to park on it. But we can't stop people just coming and dropping off, as Councillor Salmons saw, dropping off to those houses in St James's Court. Do you see what I mean? It's just...
Yeah, so from my point of view at the moment, looking at this application, looking at the boundary of the application, if the fence is there and it's a condition that the fence goes there, no resident inside the development can access it via that route. They have to go around the front.
What, they can't park there? They can't access themselves.
They can't access it. That's fine. So as long as they can't access it within the boundaries of the border of this application, then I'm personally happy with that, but I understand the concerns being raised. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say quickly, because I know we have to move on, that I do think it's down to the applicant and not the council, because he put the plans in for this, not the council have. And this is an add-on application, not part of the original planning when the first lot of properties were built. When the first lot of properties were built and it had gone through, that's supposed to be landscaped there to blend in and look nice alongside St Clair's Hall. Now it's decided another application's gone in to squeeze more in. And this is what's going to cause the trouble. And it's not just jumping up, it's coming out where the traffic lights are. And it's not just people delivering. I live opposite. People are coming and going all the time. I went past there again today. And I know you can't stop it. So I just think enough is enough. Let's just get on what we've got with there at the moment before we start giving the go-ahead to do extra and put more of a burden on that junction at traffic lights where you've got emergency services having to use it. Thank you.
Okay then. All right then. Well, I think there's no further hands raised. What we'll do, because obviously there is a recommendation for approval on page 54, 8.0. I think in the first instance we're going to have to go to that vote and see where we end up. And obviously, if that fails, then it would be a case of either rejecting or deferring, potentially to try and resolve that issue. Albeit, I don't know how you're going to solve it personally. You'd be better off just rejecting it, and the applicant might have to go to appeal. But okay, we are where we are. So that's on page 54. Recommendation 8.1 is to approve subject to the following. And obviously that would be on a proviso that fence is up and it's looked after under a condition. So I would like to recommend approval. Is that seconded? Okay. Have I got any seconders for approval? No. Okay then. So that recommendation for approval has been lost. What I'll do now is I'll hand it over to the floor. And would anyone like to pick up on an alternative recommendation? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. I think this should be deferred for further consideration, and it should come back at a later time. It needs tidying up, so I would be deferring it until we get this position resolved.
Okay, then that's a recommendation for deferral. I'll go to Lucy, and then I might have to bring Lee in just to confirm, because Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. There's the situation as it is. There's nothing there's no better scenario than we've got on the table at the moment. So I don't consider deferral to be worthwhile.
Okay, thank you. Lee Nicholson, would you like to come in there? Because it's not something we normally do. It's either approval, deferred for a site visit, or rejected. What we've got here is a suggestion for a deferral, but as the officer has said there's not much more that can be done. I do tend to agree with the officer that look, it's one of those. It's either we approve it or we reject it. But what do you think, Lee? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think, if members were minded to defer the application, I think we just need to be clear on what the expectation would be upon the applicant and upon officers to look for a solution to the issue that's being raised. But equally, so that's on one hand, and on the other hand, if members were looking to refuse or reject the application, then we'd need to be quite clear on what those grounds would be, and to make sure that those grounds were defensible if the decision was taken to appeal. So okay. So I think the deferral point, the motion that Councillor Rice has just put forward, I think we just need to be clear on what we'd be expecting to see and how that would come back to the next meeting.
Excellent. Okay then. No, I'm happy to proceed then with a deferral with an expectation. Councillor Fletcher, you've got your hands up, and then I may have to go back to Councillor Rice just to confirm, and then we'll go to a vote. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to suggest that if our only issue is that access, then the deferral, the condition on the deferral, should be until the applicant can come up with a practical and agreeable solution for ensuring that access isn't going to be used by cars on the site. Otherwise, we'll be back having the same discussion again. If our only issue is the access, then that's what the deferral should be for. If the issue is, as Councillor Lawrence said, if there's a broader issue around whether there should be flats there in the first place, then deferral won't deal with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Yes, the other thing I'd like to put in, all the residents tell me that there is no space to park around the back. It just isn't there. So you need assurances there actually is space to park at the back, because the people that live there are telling me there's not.
Yeah, well, I wonder whether, it is a green belt application. I wonder whether more available space could be sacrificed for parking. That might be workable. Because there is green space on the site available, so, and it is next to a road, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. Maybe that's an option. So what I'll do, I'll go to Steve Taylor, then I'll go back to Councillor Rice. We'll sum that up, and then we'll go to a vote. Steve Taylor, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I guess one of the concerns I would have is that bit they're supposed to be landscaping out the front. Given that you can actually drive at the end of the houses and onto that area, even if they landscape it, that doesn't mean people won't park on it. So, to be fair, if they're going to landscape it, they'd have to fence that whole piece so that it would stop vehicular access completely. And not the right of way, but I can't see it working any other way, because they'll put grass down and people will come and park on it for sure.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I mean, I would be concerned at fencing along the front, because that's going to be that is going to be an eyesore. But yeah, you are right. Yeah, how else do you solve it? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I 100% agree with Councillor Fletcher's stipulation that if we do recommend a deferral, it would have to make it clear that we resolve this road bump parking issue as part of, otherwise they could be yo-yoing back for ages, and that needs to be put in the deferral recommendation. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Councillor Potter. Well, I think we've got the basis there of what's been asked for. I'll go to Councillor Rice just to confirm that he's happy with what's been said as he recommended the deferral. Then we'll look to, I'll just clarify that with the officer, then we'll go to a vote. Councillor Rice, are you happy with what's been proposed?
Quite happy to go ahead with Councillor Fletcher's suggestion, so we can get this resolved once and for all, Chair.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. And Councillor Fletcher, I assume you second that deferral motion.
Yes, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Lee, before we go to the vote, are you happy with the contents of what's been said there? It would be a case of deferring the item until concerns of access are fully addressed.
Thank you, Chair. It's within members' gift to defer the application and to seek further information and to bring the scheme back. So yeah, in that sense, Chair, thank you.
Excellent. And proceed with a vote. Yeah, Lee, you happy with that?
Yeah, we need to go to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right then. Okay, so Councillor Rice has put forward that deferral. We'll go to the vote now. I'm quite happy actually to support that deferral as we've reached the next stage. So I'm in favour. Obviously, Councillor Rice and Fletcher are in favour. I'll go to Councillor Byrne.
Yep, I'm in favour of that. I've just got to make sure we are voting on St James Court and not St James's Court, because it's been referred to as St James's Court, and that is not in Stanley Hope.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we've got the reference number here, so that will 100% got that correct. Okay, so that's Councillor Byrne in favour. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, agreed. Thank you.
Councillor Salmons?
Yes, I agree.
Perfect. And then I think lastly is Councillor Lawrence.
No, I disagree.
Disagree with the deferral, yeah. Excellent. Okay then.
Chair, have we asked Councillor Shinnick?
Oh, yep. Sorry, Councillor Shinnick. There's someone I missed.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Councillor Shinnick. All right then. So, Wendy, you're happy with that? It looks like that was almost unanimous, with the exception of Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Chair.
Brilliant. Okay, so we can say application reference 20/00905/FUL has been deferred to a later date until issues of access can be addressed. So well done committee members. Happy with that outcome. All right then, so that now takes us on to agenda item 9, and that's Barmore House. Nadia, would you be so kind as to present the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will share my screen now. Hopefully you can all hear me loud and clear.
Yep.
Super, thank you, Chair. I will endeavour to share my screen and be as swift as possible with my presentation. I'm hoping you can now see the presentation on the screen. It should appear shortly for you. It should be there.
Yeah, that's it. Fantastic.
Lovely.
Thanks, Nadia. Yes, I can see that.
That's super. Thank you for confirming. So, as you'll all be aware, members, you considered the application at the November committee when the application was recommended for refusal. Members voted to visit the site, and a member site visit was carried out on the 15th of December. Members will remember that in 2018, permission for 6 dwellings was considered to comply with Greenbelt policy and was recommended favourably. This permission effectively used up the quantum of development considered to be appropriate in the Greenbelt, and 5 of the 6 approved dwellings have been built. The final dwelling would not be built to allow access for the proposed dwellings under consideration in this application. Members will remember at the recent site visit, I should point out, members asked about the depth of the adjacent neighbouring dwellings in Long Mews, immediately adjacent to the site. Plots 1 and 2 in Long Mews have relatively short garden depths, with the shortest distance being 5 metres for part of plot 2, and plot 1 having a depth varying between 6.5 to 7.5 metres. As the development would be constructed from adding further built form above and beyond what had been previously considered acceptable, the proposals would constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, which would be harmful by definition, harmful to openness and the purposes of including land within the Greenbelt. As a result of this inappropriate development, a case of very special circumstances would need to be demonstrated. The applicant has provided 2 reasons. One, the outdated local plan. This argument has been given no weight in the This argument has been given no weight given the adopted core strategy has been found to be compliant with the MPPF. And the second reason was a lack of a 5-year housing supply. This reason has been given significant weight, but has been demonstrated as appeals. The planning inspectorate has advised that the lack of a 5-year housing supply could not be considered on its own to clearly outweigh or decisively outweigh the harm caused to the Greenbelt. And the application is recommended for refusal for the in principle reason for being built in the Greenbelt. I'll just remind you regarding the elevations there of the proposed bungalows. I'm trying to skip along as swiftly as I can for your. Turning to highway matters, Farm Road is a private road and not maintained by the council. To avoid blocking manoeuvring or parking on the highway, the development should be able to be serviced from within the site. The width and the design of the proposed access would be inadequate to enable safe and accessible use by vehicles, including refuse vehicles and other service vehicles. This access is considered to be of such concern that it is included as a second reason for refusal. Members suggested in the November meeting that the applicant could potentially look to provide details with a view to overcome this issue. I appreciate, Chair, a reference was made to an email earlier on this evening from the applicant regarding the access. However, no further information has been provided to officers by the applicant, and as such, the application is recommended for refusal for this second highway safety reason as well. And in summary, all other matters have been considered in relation to other impacts have been fully assessed and considered acceptable. However, the development is considered contrary to national and local Greenbelt policy in principle and would result in significant highway safety concerns and is recommended to you for refusal. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, any questions? If you go back to the main screen, please, just so I can see. Councillor Lawrence, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just noticed in one of the pictures put up that there was a blue bin alongside the road there. I take it that's where people put their bins and they just reverse up, empty the bins and drive out like they normally do. Is that what they could continue to do, like they do across the road after my site visit? I walk around the streets around there and all around the back and see right opposite, there's more or less the same sort of building opposite, and you go down a little road and there's bungalows at the end where the refuse drive in and drive out. So is it correct that those bins are along there? Is that what the council are doing at the moment when they empty the refuse?
May I come in there, Chair? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead, thank you.
Sorry, I've tried to share my screen again so you can see the bins. I think that's the image that Councillor Lawrence is referring to there. Those bins you can see in the foreground there. I am assuming they are relating to the new build bungalows because at the moment they would be serviced from Farm Road by a refuse vehicle because they front and face Farm Road. This is a development to the rear of that site from its own separate access, and we would expect it to be serviced entirely from its own site.
So, sorry, just to clarify, Nadia, so there's no option, because obviously that email that we referenced earlier on, there was a suggestion that the bins could be moved closer to the entrance. Now, obviously, people moving in there would obviously be aware that obviously that's where the bins would need to go. So I appreciate there's a bit of walk there.
Yes, I haven't had sight of anything from the applicant, and no highway officer has received anything from the applicant, so I haven't had sight of what you may have received by email from Mr. Gattrell, but so I can't really comment on that.
Chair, are you still there? Oh. Okay, I think Councillor Kelly's lost his connection. Would everyone just mind waiting just a little bit, please? I'll try to call him back in.
Hello.
It was.
Hello.
Sorry, everyone. Just trying to call the chair back in right now. Chair, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Wendy. You're all right.
Yeah? Okay. Are you all okay now? Your connection good or?
Yeah, sorry about
Yeah,
that,
okay.
everyone. If that happens again, I'll get Mike to. If it happens again and I lose connection, I'll allow Mike to take over because obviously I don't want to delay this meeting anymore, and then I'll come back for the next item. Okay, right. So it was just a question there in reference to accessing these bins. So would it be acceptable that these bins are left at the entrance to this site, Nadia?
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me okay. So as I was saying earlier, the bins in the photographs mentioned by Councillor Lawrence, I would have imagined, given their proximity, would be related to the new build bungalows that front and face directly onto Farm Road. This proposed development is to the rear of that site, on an undeveloped site, has its own access, and wherever possible, we would want it to have its own refuse collection from within that site. Julian House could always offer further comment, but we've not received any details as officers in relation to any bin provision from any location other than from within the site. And you know, ideally we wouldn't want any refuse vehicles actually collecting from Farm Road, because this will be an additional 4 vehicles, taking the total of 4 properties, taking the total of properties on this short stretch of Farm Road up to, is it 14 or 15 units overall? So that would lead to some congestion and blocking of the access and the road itself.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm sorry, I don't know who's had their hands up longest. I will go to. I'll go to Julian as the officer because it is a highways question, and then I'll bring in. I'll go top to bottom. Councillor Lawrence, and then Councillor Rice and Steve Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm the comments from Nadia. The last we've seen from the applicant was a turning facility within the site to ascertain the servicing of the development via for things like fire trucks, as well as obviously refuse vehicles or refuse collection inside the site. As part of that application, we obviously asked for clarification that the bin lorries and other vehicles could actually get in the access and be able to turn around and come back out again. And as of yet, we haven't seen any further details or a change to that refuse strategy that they put forward in the first instance.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at the site map, so what we're saying is you're not comfortable with the idea that a refuge vehicle could go down there and do a U-turn. I don't know if anyone remembers, but we had one 99 to 98 Connaught Avenue. This was about 4 or 5 years ago now, and that was very narrow access, but it did widen ever so slightly. So is that what we're saying? If the refuge vehicle can't do a U-turn, we're not comfortable with it.
Yes, Chair. I mean, they've provided a site plan showing access and turning facilities. All we've asked as a highway authority is that is suitable for what they're actually showing in terms of refuse collection and other service vehicle collection. So they put that forward as a suggestion. We've asked them to just show that the vehicles can do it. If the vehicles can do it, then that will be acceptable. Again, as long as the same thing that we've asked that they provide the appropriate visibility coming out of the development as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I think if this is a big issue for the officers, then I think the bin should be part of the conditions, just like you were trying to make the last application in their conditions of approval. So it does seem slightly unfair. I have spoke to my local bin men, and I must admit they was quite insulted to say that their driving, they're not able to drive in and reverse out. They said they do it day in, day out, all over Thurrock. There's lots and lots of roads, and you did even just rattle off, naming them all, what they can do. You drive in, you drive out. This is a dead-end road. And as to say it's going to be congestible, because there might be 14 cars what might want to come out all at the same time when they're retired. They haven't got to rush out and go to the school. I think it's just piling it on a bit here. So I think we should take into consideration, take that off the list about the bins. This is about a green belt after all. And the bin consideration could be sorted out when the application goes through, if it does, if possible.
Okay, thank you for your comments there, Councillor Lawrence. So, Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd agree with Councillor Lawrence. This could be dealt with by a planning condition. It's interesting. Some years ago, we did pass a number of bungalows. I think it was about 20 up in Southend Road, Corringham, and they actually stop in the road, and the chaps go and collect the bins because the bin storage is at the front, and that was quite acceptable to the local authority. So I don't see what's terribly wrong or terribly different from Southend Road to Farm Road, and Farm Road is a very little trafficked road. I mean, the officers are making heavy weather of it. I mean, if you went to Southend Road in Corringham, you know, that's a heavily trafficked road. Yet we gave a condition on that with 20 plus flats that the refuge collection could stop outside and they just go and collect the bins. So, I think we're making very heavy weather of this. And like Councillor Lawrence has said, this could be dealt with by Section 106 because the main reason the officers are putting up for refusal on this is Greenbelt, which we need to have a discussion about. So I'd be quite happy for the Section 106 to pick this up, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Steve Taylor, I can see you've got your hand raised.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, if it helps, purely because I happened to be at the little shop that's almost opposite the end of Farm Road one day last week when the bin lorries turned up, and the way they manage it is they effectively do a U-turn in the road and they reverse down Farm Road right the way to the end, and then they come forward and pick up the bins as they go along. So if the people that were to live, should it be approved, in these bungalows that are being proposed, given that they're bungalows, I would suggest that they're possibly going to be older people, but who knows. But they've then got to cart those bins up to the top of the road. the bin lorry, I think, would be capable without too much effort of reversing down there. Anyway, seeing the agility with which he reversed down Farm Road last week, which appeared to be no effort at all. But I agree with Councillor Rice. The issue is about the green belt, and the bin thing. If you watch the bin lorries going down there, they certainly weren't being held up or flown up. That's for sure. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Nadia, I can see your hands raised.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to offer a couple of points of clarification for members. I referred to 14 dwellings in Farm Road, not 14 cars. Apologies if you didn't quite hear me clearly earlier. Obviously, you've got the dwellings in the cul-de-sac of Long Mews, the existing 5 new bungalows that have been built, plus those that are proposed under this application. So the point I was making was that this proposal, without adequate access to carry out servicing of the site, as well as access to the site generally, there could be real concerns on Farm Road. The second reason for refusal isn't a bin reason for refusal. It's not about bin access or storage. It's about access to the site. Farm Road is a narrow road anyway. It's unadopted. It isn't comparable to Connaught Avenue or Southend Road, as already mentioned. It's a narrow road, and the access itself isn't wide enough with the width of Farm Road to get the swing in. So there are technical issues relating to the access, as I mentioned at the November meeting, which do cause highway safety concerns. I take members' comments about, the adept and creative driving carried out by refuse drivers so that they can reverse down the road and access it as safely as they possibly can at present. I completely understand that, but I just wanted to make members aware of the distinction in this second reason for refusal. It's about the safety of the access, not about bin storage or siting of bins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments then, Nadia. I mean, obviously, yeah, we did receive a photo earlier on of what the road looks like now. It's obviously a massive improvement. Councillor, we'll go Councillor Salmons and then Councillor Rice.
Yeah, did anybody else get the emails with the pictures to say that the road had been widened and the site access had been widened? Did Nadia not receive those?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know we all received them. Nadia,
Yeah.
did you pick up on that?
I haven't received any further updates at all from the applicant in relation to the proposal since the last committee. Certainly no new photographs. However, I do have photos from the site visit, which I'll share with you now, which show the access there. So that's probably the best photograph to show members, where the Farm Road itself has been recently resurfaced. You can see the van there parked in the passing bay there, and that is the access to the site. But I haven't received anything further or subsequent at all from the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Then. Okay, thank you, Councillor Salmons. Then Councillor Rice, and then we'll try and look at summing up. Unless anyone else has got a hand up. Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do understand the officer's concern, but at the end of the day, I do think we could put this down to a section 106, because it's quite clear from what Steve Taylor has said, and I only live down the road, so I do see them manoeuvre, reverse down, and nothing's said about it. And I do find it extraordinary when, I look at Southend Road and we allow 24 flats there, and they just say, oh, no, that's all right. You can stop on Southend Road and the chaps will come and pull the bins to the lorry. So, I think we're making very heavy weather of this. It's quite clear there is a better access to the site. It's been widened and the road is widened, because that photograph you saw, you could actually get 2 cars down. So, And of course, when we actually look, Chair, at the here we are. We looked at, for instance, the objections. Publicity-wise, we have not had one objection from a member of the public. Highways England, no objection. Environmental Health, no objection. Highways, no objection, but further clarification is sought on detail relating to access and bin storage details. So that can be dealt with by 106. Landscape and Ecology Advisor, no objections. So it's got a pretty clean slate, Chair. So I think we can knock out the second reason for refusal and just get to the main issue on this, which is the officers, you know, hanging up again on this greenbelt issue, which I find absolutely extraordinary. But we can have the debate on that, and then obviously we can go to a vote, Chair.
Okay then, no, sounds good. All right, I'll go to Councillor Fletcher, and then I think Shinnick had her hand up as well.
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, I think it's just to back up what Councillor Rice was just saying. I think we're kind of getting distracted by the whole access issue. We haven't really had the debate that we need to have, which is, are there strong enough circumstances to outweigh the harm? That's the bit we need to focus on now before we go to a vote.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah, I attended the site visit and I don't see any problem with the bins there. I mean, I live in a cul-de-sac and every week the bin men reverse down the turning and drive out. You know, so this could happen over there. So for me, I will be voting for this. I can't see no problem with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I don't think I have any more hands raised. Obviously, I pick up what we have focused on access. It would appear members have indicated potentially that they want to approve this. Looking at those who've spoken so far. Right. So first off, is anyone against this application in principle? Is anyone minded to follow the recommendation for refusal? I'm looking to anyone. Councillor Fletcher.
Chair, like I said, I'm neither for nor against at the minute. I just wanted to hear a decent argument put as to why we should not discount the harm, but I'm yet to hear a good argument as to why the benefits outweigh the harm. So at the moment, I'm neither one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point. And Councillor Byrne, I see your hands raised.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm not here or there at the moment, but all we've talked about is bins, and this is a planning beat again. We seem to talk about everything else but planning. This is about planning and greenbelt. The bins is kind of a side issue. The most important thing: should we build on greenbelt or should we not? Should we listen to the officers or should we listen to the committee? But bins is a side argument. It's harmful to the environment or not. That's how it should be.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've got no more hands raised. Has anyone who's not spoken want to express an opinion on the greenbelt issue? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Rice. I will go Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. Fundamentally, obviously, it's being built on the greenbelt, or it's being proposed on the greenbelt, which I'm bound to have a problem with. But the other thing I have a bit of a problem with this as a development is I view it somewhat cynically, since the site was always the same size, and the piece at the back, when the original application was put in, it was very clear that couldn't be developed because it was greenbelt. So they've built out the site at the front, and now they're coming back again. So piecemeal applications I sort of struggle with, in that I just think it's a cynical way of approaching planning, to be perfectly frank with you. It just looks piecemeal. If they'd have applied for the whole development in the first instance, it may or may not have been approved, but because it was made clear that the rear of the site was in the greenbelt, it was left out to gain access to, or to gain the approval to do the piece at the front. So I just sort of view these things as very cynical, and I'd accept that once it's landlocked, that piece of greenbelt is of limited value, but it's the whole, I guess, approach to it that I find somewhat distasteful is perhaps the right word.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I mean, it does seem to be a common approach in planning, obviously, as it is within their boundaries to do that. But yeah, very frustrating indeed. So I'll go Councillor Lawrence next, and then Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. On my site visit, it became very clear to me that the area will never be an open green belt site as it's enclosed. I suppose originally, if there was big houses built there, because it was all green belt to begin with, they could be all big, make them part of big back gardens. But these are bungalows for the over 55s. So it's going to be a wasted area. It's not seen, it's not open, and it's not really usable. It's just going to be locked away forever. Whereas if it was allowed, this would make additional 4 homes for the over 55s, which we're in need of. I know we was all a bit contrary earlier, arguing about how many bungalows we've got compared to chalets, which aren't really bungalows, but these are Pacific. I've been inside them, I've seen them, and they're laid out really well. For someone that wants to give up a big home and retire in a quiet little off-road, these would be ideal. So for me, these are the exceptional circumstances, because this little piece of green belt here, well, it's not really a green belt, it's just a little area, isn't there? Yeah.
Okay, very good point. So what I'll do then, Councillor Rice, put your arguments across. Then what I'll do, I'll go to, I know they've not raised their hands, but I'll grab Councillor Salmon's and Councillor Potter's opinion, because ultimately, if they're in favour, then we might as well just go to the vote. If they're against, we might as well go to the vote. So I'm just really trying to work out what direction we're going in. So Councillor Rice, and then I'll probably go to Councillor Potter and Salmon's just to sound them out. So Councillor Rice, I'll give you, try and keep it brief. Thank you.
Yes, of course. I realise we've got a heavy agenda. Thank you, Chair. Well, we've got to start off, Chair, with we do have a lack of a 5-year housing supply, and we don't have a 20% buffer. And year on year, the council are failing the government targets on housing. That's where we've got to start. We obviously have to recognise that, you know, in Greenbelt terms, there is substantial weight for inappropriate development. So we've got to recognise the harm, which we do. But having said that, we then have to recognise also that elderly people have a right to live in what we call custom-built homes. And these are certainly those. And because it's within the Alsett Heath area, which adjoins Chadwell, and if you looked where I live on 130 Heath Road, I'm literally a couple of minutes away round the corner to Depot Parade. And what does Depot Parade have? It has a set of shops, has a post office, it has a supermarket, it has a chemist, it has a takeaway fish and chip shop. What I'm alluding to, Chair, it has all the facilities within an area which people can access. So I don't think this is a remote location. And certainly, you know, we have to take heed of things. Currently, we have 9.3 million households are headed by a person over retirement age. By 2033, this is expected to increase to 15 million, an increase of 40% on figures for 2018. So there's a substantial backlog, and Thurrock's not unusual with an elderly populace. We know we've got a lot of elderly people. Myself, I moved from a 3-bedroom house, freeing it up for a younger family, and moved into a bungalow, which I haven't altered. So, you know, we have those arguments, and I think it's only right that we do look after our elderly provision. And it's for those reasons that I start to say we've had no objections from the local community. That's got to be the first. Normally, they'd be up in arms if it was going to affect them, but we've not had any information from Longhouse Mews, or Badgers, the Badgers Close there. So
excellent, thank you. You're right to sum up there, Councillor Rice. Very good points.
So, you know, we're on our way, and I think it's for them reasons that we should seek to actually approve this application, because there'll be nice homes. And what's more important, Chair, is they will actually release family homes for families to go into. And that's very important, Chair.
Yeah, very good points. The only one, and I know I alluded to it before, I do think sometimes it's difficult when it comes to the amount of people who have complained, because I know in the past, very recently, we've had residents up in 500-600 who were against Little Thurrock Marshes, and we voted in favour of that. So, look, ultimately, if even had there been residents up in arms about it, it's not something that seems to be at the forefront of our decision making at the moment. So, yeah, it's valid, but at the same time, we can't pick and choose when there are or when we do not take that part of the planning process seriously. Right, so what I'm going to do then, I know Nadia's got a hand up. I'm going to go to Councillors Potter and Councillor Shinnick. Councillors Potter and Councillor Salmons, just to stand you out, find out where you are, because if you're in favour, we might as well just push on. So first of all, Councillor Potter, what's your opinion so far?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, all I can say is that I'll keep this reasonably short. I'm totally in agreement with Councillors Lawrence and Rice. I mean, I personally, at the moment, I'm looking to buy a bungalow, not in Thurrock, so I don't want one of these, but I'm looking to buy one out of the borough. And literally, as soon as they go on the market, they're sold within days. We really need bungalows in Thurrock. For the over 55s. They don't want to go upstairs and creak all their spines. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Salmons, I know you spoke in favour of the road being improved. What was your opinion?
Yeah, I'm in favour, because, like Councillor Lawrence, I looked at it and thought, well, if they can't build there, then the chap will build one extra bungalow, and that's just like a little space in the middle of a ring of houses. It's not even going to be seen. To me, that is a complete waste of just a blank space. You might just as well have 4 bungalows that, as Councillor Potters said, lots of older people are looking at. Personally, if I could move, I'd be looking at a bungalow, as many of our older people would. So I'm in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, what I'll do, because I know Councillor Burns got his hand up and I know Nadia wanted to come in, but there's 5 members there that have indicated they're in favour of the application. So we might as well just move on very shortly, unless, of course, Councillor Byrne can bring something else. I'm not sure, maybe you're in favour, Councillor Byrne. So what would you like to say?
Just the good thing about, I often say this committee is constant and they always go the same way. So if you did fob in, this is a no-brainer. You've got to say yes to this. So it cannot not be voted for.
Yeah, consistency is important, and obviously it's independent on planning, and it is cross-party support, which is nice to see. All right then, so Nadia, I'm going to bring you back on some points, and then I'm going to have to move for the vote. So Nadia, what would you like to say?
Thanks, Chair. Actually, it makes more sense for Lee to come in here, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Lee, if you'd like to come in. And just to confirm, Lee, I mean, members have indicated that they're in favour of this. Do we need to go to the original vote of recommendation for approval first? Cheers, Lee.
Thanks, Chair. You should vote on the substantive unless a motion has been put forward. If the motion has been put forward for alternative, then we just need to have those reasons put forward, and then we would, as usual, go through those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Right, so what I'm going to do then, members, I'm going to keep it prim and proper. So, look, I'll be honest with you.
Sorry, Councillor Kelly. It's
Yeah.
Lucy from Democratic Services.
You're right.
Caroline has her hand raised. Just before
Caroline,
you go.
okay. Yeah, thank you. Caroline?
Yeah, Chair, I'm just raising the issue that if members are minded to go towards approving, you must do the balancing exercise. You must actually acknowledge that, first of all, yes, I acknowledge that Councillor Rice did say he recognised there was harm, but members need to actually recognise that the harm is substantial, and it's substantial in two ways. One, green belt, and two, visibility display is insufficient, and you need to deal with both those reasons for refusal. So yeah, I just wanted to flag that up before you carried on going down the route of making a decision. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Caroline. It's very helpful. So I assume it will be yourself, Councillor Rice, if the next vote is defeated. You're obviously going to recognise the damage to the green belt, and of course express your reasons for approval. So what I'll do then, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you, it's not something, as Councillor Byrne says, I'm quite consistent generally on these green belt applications. I must admit, it can be quite balanced, this one, given its location, given the access, but I'll stick with what I've been doing later, which is a recommendation for refusal on greenbelt. That's 8.0 on page 78. Do I have a seconder there? No seconder for a recommendation to refuse.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll go with you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Right, so that's Councillor Byrne and Councillor Kelly. All right then, so I'd like to move a vote to refuse. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Up for refusal. Okay, so that's 3 votes in favour of refusal. Councillor Rice.
Against.
Against. Councillor Shinnick.
Against.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
And lastly, Councillor Salmons.
Against.
Okay then, right, so that's everyone who can vote. That's 3 votes in favour of refusal, and that's 5 votes against. So that's been dropped. What we'll do now, Councillor Rice, I'll bring you in. If you could sum up, try and keep it nice and brief, prim and proper, obviously acknowledging the damage to the green belt, and then try and keep it to 2 minutes, and then we'll go back to the officers. Thank you.
Yes. Well, yes, certainly, Chair. We do recognise that there is damage to the green belt. However, you know, when we look at the overall scheme, we have to recognise that number one, we do not have a 5-year supply of housing. Number 2, we don't have a 20% buffer. Number 3, we are failing government targets year on year in housing targets, and we do have to recognise that. Number 4, there is employment through construction. So that is very valuable at this time, because our Prime Minister has said we should be building homes. And to that point, Chair, I think it's very important we recognise that we have got an elderly population in Thurrock, and that we do need some bungalows built. You know, we've been through the numbers. We've been told that we've got 350 bungalows up for sale, which is not a lot, when you've got a population of 70,000 people. So we have to bear that in mind. But for the reasons of departure, I would certainly cite that Alsett Heath is right next to Chadwell St Mary, which does have adequate shopping facilities at Depot Parade, which include a supermarket, it includes a newspaper shop, a chemist, and a post office, and a takeaway fish and chip shop. So there are facilities for people, and also it includes a laundry service as well. So, you know, we've got facilities for people that can access them, and they're only virtually 5 minutes away, Chair. So we've got those facilities. We have to recognise, Chair, that currently we've got 9.3 million households in the country are headed by a person over retirement age. And by 2033, this is expected to increase to 15 million. an increase of 40% on the figures for 2018. And the other thing we've got to recognise is that as the older people move out of their homes, their larger homes, they are freeing them up for the younger population. And what's more important as well, Chair, is that there will be a less of a drain on the NHS, because if you're in a bungalow and you're getting on in years, you won't be falling over because you can't trip downstairs. And that's where a lot of accidents do come. I think where we are, Chair, is that we can demonstrate that Thurrock doesn't have a provision, a suitable provision for the retirement personnel within Thurrock to actually accommodate. So these are the reasons what we are giving so that we can actually allow this application to go through, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm just after a quick seconder there. Who's going to second that? Councillor Lawrence, I think. Yeah, Councillor Lawrence, is that seconded? Okay, brilliant. All right then. And then did you address the access there as well, Councillor Rice?
Well, yes, yes, Chair. The access, I believe, can be taken care of by Section 106. So I think we can deal with that. So we can wipe that number 2 out. We've given the reasons for the departure. So you can wipe the number 2 out and substitute in there to be resolved by a Section 106.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawrence, I can see your hands up. Was that just a second bit, or did you want anything to add?
I just want you to add that also they're such a good build because they're, exceptionally built for the elderly. There's lots of things in there, like smooth driveways, and it's a good design as well. And they're bespoke. But also, I'm just wondering, will this have to go to the Secretary of State now? Or is this something what could be sorted out quickly? Because, I dread to think building this onto the officers like all the other things.
Okay, so Lee, would you like to come in there on what Councillor Rice said, just to confirm? I think this is, it would have to come back to assess the harm. Lee, would you like to take over?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just refer members to the Council's Constitution. It's under the Planning Chapter of the Constitution 7.2, sets out that if the Planning Committee seek to make a decision contrary to the Planning Officer's recommendation, whether it be approval or refusal, the following will apply. The move of the motion should clearly specify or write down the motion, including the reasons for departing from the officer's recommendation. Both the reasons and the motion should be put to the committee orally and in public, even if the reasons are tentative, and any such motion must be seconded. So that's happened. The reasons that I've recorded is so what Councillor Rice has put forward, which is that there's no the council doesn't or can't demonstrate a 5-year housing supply or buffer and is failing housing targets because of that. Employment through the construction. That there's nearby amenities to the sites and to the properties or that the owners could benefit from, and that there's a lack of provision for older people's accommodation. And the final point, which Councillor Lawrence made, which was around the exceptional build quality for the elderly. What I'm looking at those reasons. They are very generic. It's not clear what weighting has been given to justify why the development should take place in the Greenbelt location. I think it's worth mentioning that in the application documents, there's nothing which suggests that this is for over 55s or for elderly people. So there isn't anything that's being put forward by the applicant to promote that. In fact, on this basis, Chair, the reasons do not, in my mind, constitute the very special circumstances required to depart from local and national planning policy. And should members be minded to make a decision against recommendation, it would be necessary to bring a report back to the committee to outline the implications of making such a decision in line with the Constitution. If that is the case, and if we are in a place where we're bringing a report back to committee, we would, I suggest the officers should be liaising with the applicant on the detail of the access arrangements because a Section 106 isn't the appropriate mechanism. A condition could be an appropriate mechanism, but if we have a time between now and the next meeting, then I think it'd be worthwhile at least bringing that out in conversation with the applicant to see if that matter can be addressed, and also to test whether that could actually form part of a condition that could be used. So, Chair, that's my take on the situation at the moment. Obviously, the Council's legal officer may wish to come in here to put her point forward, but I would certainly expect this to be taken away and brought back as a further report.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, did you want to go to Caroline there, did you say?
Constitutionally, Caroline's is entitled to come in at this point to make the legal officer's view known. So I'll just give her the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with what Lee has said. I mean, as far as the access is concerned, I suppose at the end of the day, we have to make sure, I suppose, that a visibility display is possible. But if it is possible, I mean, it would be secured by condition. And I can't answer whether it's possible to overcome that particular limitation on the site. But other than that, yes, I agree with everything that Lee has said. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Caroline. So, yeah, all right. So I'm happy to move that. It is important, obviously, if the developer is listening, that they really do actively engage over the next few weeks, really to tidy up these access issues. Otherwise, it could cause a problem when it comes back. If there's no movement from the applicant, then it could cost them, I think, a decision. So, what we'll do then, Councillor Rice, obviously you're happy to move the vote, and that was backed up by Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Rice?
Yes, happy with it, Chair. Just one thing, just to add to that, this area is also on a bus route, an alley bus route, so, you know, it can be, you can get around, that's what I'm trying to say. So it's another sustainable area.
Yep. Okay, fantastic. All right, so we'll move to the vote then, Councillor Rice. So obviously you've proposed that, that's a recommendation for approval, and that was backed up by Councillor Lawrence, so obviously she's in favour. Just to confirm, Councillor Potter, are you still in favour?
Yeah, in favour, thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Shinnick?
In favour.
And then Councillor Salmons?
Yes, I'm still in favour.
Okay, that's 5 votes, and then I'm against. Councillor Fletcher, you still against?
Against, yeah.
Yeah, and Councillor Byrne, how are you voting?
I'm still against.
Okay then, thank you. Okay then, Wendy, if you're happy, and Lucy, if you're happy with that, that was 5 votes in favour, 3 against. So we can say that application 20/00957/FUL, that is Barmore House Farm Road, has been approved, subject to the officers going away and listening to the arguments put forward, and of course subject to the applicant now engaging with the council over the next few weeks to iron out any remaining issues. Brilliant. Okay, it's now 6 minutes past 8. We'll move on to the third item on our 6-item agenda this evening, and this is obviously the Waterworks. Now, this was an application that was deferred for a site visit. I understand the applicant's gone away and come up with better access issues. So, Chris, if you'd be so kind as to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have some IT issues here in terms of getting the PowerPoint on the screen. Wendy, is it possible you could upload it for us and share your screen, or somebody?
Yeah, I'll do that now.
And obviously, just to confirm, this is agenda item 10, and that's the Waterworks 20/00623/FUL. Thank you, Chris. And I can see that presentation.
Excellent, thank you. So this application was deferred at the November Planning Committee to allow for a site visit to take place. Members undertook a site visit on the 10th and 11th of December. And just as a reminder, the application seeks full planning permission for redevelopment of this site through the demolition of existing buildings and hard standing on the site, and the erection of 168 dwellings comprising 24 apartments, 144 houses. Proposal will provide a new access to the site. There hasn't been any changes since the access was presented last time. I think there was some people perhaps not clear last time that the existing access to the site would be stopped up and only used for emergency purposes only, and a new access would be provided to show this, and the slides will show that in a moment exactly where the new access is. It's further away from the level crossing, further down the road in a better location than the proposed, so than the existing access route, as I say. Proposal would also involve provision of open space and a place-based facility in the western part of the site. So Wendy, if you can just go on to the next slide, please. So that shows the site in regard to the local plans proposals maps. So it's within the green belt, and it occupies the area where it says reservoir and waterworks, and the black line indicates the boundary borough with Basildon to the east there. Next slide, please. So again, just another location plan. If you can see the red line around there, and it indicates a covered reservoir to the front of the site, and the other layout there is buildings or hard standings. Next slide. So here's some bird's eye images of the site from various different angles. The bottom photo there shows the extent of development on the site at present. There is a covered reservoir, which is with the green area there, just to on the north, or the top photo. It's kind of trying to use the best way to describe that shape. It's not quite square, almost trapezium-like maybe. So that is where the covered reservoir is. Next slide, please. And now there's some photos just to show the site. Members would have seen this themselves anyway, having walked up and down this road and walked to the level crossing to see exactly the arrangement at present, and the access is that's shown on the bottom left. If you're going into the site, that's the access at present. As I say, that would be stopped up and only used for emergency purposes only, although in reality I suspect emergency vehicles would use the new access rather than that, but it's there as a second option if that's necessary in an emergency situation. Next slide, please. So there's some images of the street scene. Up and down the roads, there's some houses to the east, some bungalows there, and then down that road there's on the bottom right photo there's some further dwellings to the back. Next slide. So these are the buildings on site at present and the hard standings. Next slide. And some images of the site as existing. Next, please. And there was some photos that were taken, as members would have seen on the day of the site visit, the members' site visit. So that shows what's on site at present, taken from the top of the reservoir looking west. Next slide, please. So the physical features of the site, there are some landscaping around I say landscape, it's part of a landscape bund as the reservoir is, the ground level raises there, the reservoir is below there, it's a covered reservoir. And that's why that's there. And there is, with the site obviously being a waterworks site in the past, there is a water course that runs through the site and then flows out east beyond the sites to the rivers, etc. Next slide, please. So these plans show the extent of previous developed land, and that's a big factor in terms of the principal consideration of this application, with the site being within the green belt, and this is previously developed land within the green belt. So there is an exception in policy terms to allow for development on previously developed land within the green belt. That's set out in policy PMD 6 and paragraph 145 of the MPPF, which has been applied and referred to in the assessment of the report. Next slide, please. So this is the master plan showing the layout of the site. So the new access is shown, as you can see, on the right of that, where the red line is, centrally, or just almost centrally, from the road there, high road, that would enter the site, internal roads, access all the dwellings as shown there. A lot of the landscaping would be retained and enhanced. Some of the woodland to the west would be cleared slightly to allow for the play area and some parkland areas to be formed. So it's better for the future residents of the site. Next slide, please. So this plan shows the unit mix. So we've got 2, 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings, and you've got 1 and 2 bedroom flats. The flats are the grey ones to the nearest towards the railway. Next slide, please. The proposal includes affordable housing, and this is shown, the purple or lilac colour on the slides there shows where the affordable housing would be located. So all the apartment blocks, but also a number of houses are included within that provision as well, and mixed in with the market housing as well, which is helpful. Next slide, please. So this is a 3D sketch to show the proposed development. So that's sort of looking west. Next slide. And there's some more 3D images. These are the house types and examples of one of the internal streets. Next slide. And we have some more alternative house type designs. These are using the grey tiled and grey cladding as opposed to the red, which is also proposed, as you saw from the previous slide. Next slide, please. And these are the apartment blocks. So they're 3-storey, slightly higher than 2-storey houses, and with balconies. That's the front elevation facing into the site. Next slide, please. Some more 3D examples of the internal street scene. Next slide. And some more of the same of how the site could appear. Next slide, please. And another one. Next slide. And that brings us on to the summary. Just before I do that, so since the November Planning Committee meeting, the applicant has provided some additional information seeking to address some of the points raised in the initial debate from members. Points made in terms of the railway level crossing and the access. All this information is contained within the update report in terms of the bullet points from what the applicant has provided, but also our assessment of that in regard to the access and the level crossing. And in summary, the proposed access would be 173 metres further south from the railway level crossing. I think the current one's about 30 metres, so a much more suitable location. The existing access, as I say, would only be used for emergency purposes, and there is a condition on this update report that deals with the ability to include a barrier or bollards or some means of enclosure to prevent that existing access being used for access. So there are some houses off a road that are close to that, so we also want to prevent that from being used for access as it is at the moment. And in terms of the level crossing, Network Rail have provided a consultation response since the last committee, and they have confirmed they have no objections to this application. There was a report circulated this evening or late afternoon as an update to the Appendix 1. There were some points raised at the last committee addressing some matters that were unclear from the report. Are they recorded in the minutes? Things like there's not the need to refer this to the Secretary of State if it is approved as it's approved to develop land. The NHS have provided a financial contribution is what they're seeking through Section 106 of 66,000. There are a few other updates as well to a condition and some plans and just some other points on there. But that agenda item Appendix 1 that was circulated on email should be used in terms of considering this application, because it's that recommendation in addition to the condition that's proposed in the update report that's for consideration. So just in summary, the proposal would be built on previously developed land. So as I said, there's a policy exception to allow that in this case. So it meets the test set out in the MPPF paragraph 145G. It would contribute to the housing land supply. This is 168 dwellings, so a reasonable contribution to not only the 5-year supply for 5-year purposes, but the annual monitoring supply too. And the proposal would provide a policy compliant level of affordable housing, so that's 35% to meet our policy CSTP2. As I mentioned before, this would create an improved access arrangement onto the higher road compared to the existing access. And the proposal includes a package of planning obligations to mitigate the impact of the development set out in Appendix 1. There's 2 recommendations there. Recommendation A regards to the habitat regulations. It's something that we regularly see on some of our reports now. And there's no issue there in terms of impact on habitats from recommendation A, so that's what you need to consider first after I finish speaking. And recommendation B is the recommendation for planning permission to be approved subject to the 106 agreement and the conditions as set out in the report within Appendix 1 and within the additional condition in the update report. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much for that detailed report there, Chris. So obviously, well done to members for going to that site visit and voting for the site visit last month, because obviously by doing that, they've listened and they've changed their access. So yeah, it's really good work there. Obviously, it's an impressive application, plenty of car parking, which is good, over two, I think it's 2.3 spaces per dwelling, which is to be welcomed. Just looking at the time, it's 17 minutes past 8, so I'd like to suspend standing orders until the end of the meeting. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Agreed. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so we'll start moving.
Agreed.
Excellent. No, that's fine. We'll crack on then. But yeah, I mean, I know we looked favourably upon this last month outside that access. So yeah, I'm probably looking to move to a vote relatively soon, because obviously we've still got 3 more items. But obviously, yeah, express your thoughts and your views, and we'll go to a vote. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. Let me be told, I picked up the bit about Network Rail, didn't have any objections. Are the half barriers sufficient for 170 new houses, when at the moment, you know, they're not, although they mention there's 400 lorry movements a day, when we were on the site, we never saw 1 lorry move nor 1 lorry come in. Perhaps the officer can, you know, just fine tune that for me.
Yes, of course. Well, Network Rail are responsible for the barriers that come down and you know, prevent traffic and pedestrians, because the footway there as well along the roadside, from walking across the railway line when there's obviously a train coming. They are half barriers rather than full barriers, but since the planning committee last time, this has been explored in numerous emails with the Network Rail people to establish whether they would be willing to have alternative barriers, but they made it quite clear to us that they have no objection to the application. They're not looking to change those barriers at all. So you would be determining the application with the barriers as they are in situ at the site, or sorry, just off the site, in that regard. So they don't have a concern. Obviously, it's their responsibility from a health and safety perspective as well in that regard, so that they're not objecting to those any changes from that point of view. I think there was some lorry movements. There was, I think we did 3-member site visits, so there was, I think, some lorry movements on maybe the other visits, Councillor Rice. But as far as we're aware, the movements, as stated in the documentation, is accurate. We don't have anything to come to a contrary view to that. And obviously, the site, as it is at the moment, with a certificate of lawfulness as well, could be used more intensely than it is at present, and that's obviously a factor in our considerations. We've come into the overall recommendation of approval in terms of those considerations.
Yes, Chair, with your consideration, I'll just ask one further question of the officer. Would it be, although Network Rail have said they've got no objections, as a committee we might have objections to just having half crossings on there, half barriers. There would be no problem if we put a 106 condition in for the applicant to put full barriers into that crossing, would there?
Councillor Rice, that would be difficult to do. The barriers are the responsibility of Network Rail. We, or even the Highway Authority, have no ability to change those barriers. They are Network Rail's asset, if you like, for want of a better word, and it's their responsibility to have those barriers. They've not suggested having replacement barriers, and that's something that was explored with them through the application process and since the last committee, to see whether they wanted full barriers there, because that could have been something where we could have perhaps asked for some money towards it if they said yes, they did want that. But they've made it clear that they don't have any objection, and they're happy to progress the application to progress as it is with the half barriers that are there.
Okay, Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah, I'm mindful to agree this planning permission, and I think it's a great improvement with the access being moved down the road, you know, so it takes away the pressure from the barriers a bit from what it was originally. That's just my views. Thank you.
Yeah, no, very good opinion, and yeah, it was good work to go to that site visit and defer the items, so we could clarify that. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few issues. I'm glad that the entrance has been moved, but it still concerns me because it is quite close to that bend. And on a busy, if they're just tearing around that corner, I can still see a couple of cars going into the back of another one, especially when the gates are down. The other issue is the barrier of the trains. I think that's really dangerous. I quite often go backwards and forwards to East Tilbury all the time, and I know what it's like not having proper barriers there. I'm sure the applicant would, you know, dip in and put some money towards doing it. And I know they're saying that the railways are saying that they're quite happy with the way it is. Of course they are. They don't want to pay the money. But I think that should be an issue, because if that is up and going, you're going to have people walking backwards and forwards to there and doing all sorts, going to the Haywain. That's going to be a regular stop-off for them. So I think that's going to be quite dangerous. The vehicle movements, I dispute, because I used to do someone's garden not far up that road, and I never see a lorry once. And if you look at the actual pictures, you'll see that that site is quite run down on the site. It's not busy at all. If that was the amount of lorries going backwards and forwards, you'd see a lot more activity there, and I certainly didn't see any when I was there. I just see a few chaps just standing around talking. It looked pretty dead and pretty empty. So probably in its heyday, there was all that traffic going backwards and forwards, but it's not there now. So when those houses are there, it is going to be significantly increased. And my last thing is, why is Basildon Council not agree that the circumstances are special enough to build there? They must have their reasons, because mine are the gates and also the roundabouts on the other side. You've got 3 little roundabouts there. That's going to be putting a lot of traffic onto those. So although I really like the building, I like the houses, a bit disappointed about the affordable housing, which you saw in Mauve, because as normal, they've got the rough end of the stick right near the railway lines, not giving anything nice. But other than that, I think it should be given the go-ahead, but on certain conditions. So perhaps it should be deferred until everything's sorted, because this is an awful big site. It's going to take a lot of time up of the officers. So I think they should all be sorted first, otherwise it's going to be going on for months, holding up things, what officers are dealing with else.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you raised some interesting points there. I mean, ultimately, this barrier is network rails issue. I'm not sure it's fair, personally, on the developer to ask them to stump up any cash for that. You know, the access has been moved to a more suitable location, and then in terms of the barrier already being there, well, when we look down Moores Avenue, I mean, that's quite a huge housing estate. So I wouldn't. I mean, obviously, if there's been no trouble in the past, I wouldn't automatically assume there'll be trouble now. But yeah, some interesting points. Councillor Rice, then Councillor Fletcher, and I'll go back to Councillor Lawrence. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In the event we do agree this, can Caroline tell us, or the officer, how long they would envisage the 106 will take? Would it be 3 months, 4 months, a month, 6 weeks? You know, because obviously this is a concern, because if we do approve this, we want the houses built. We don't want them standing around for another year, do we?
Well, I'd imagine, Councillor Rice, I'll allow them to come in, but I imagine as it's not a stickler, as it's not one that would clog up the system, things would move along quite well. I mean, obviously, I don't know the developer, I understand it's Bellway. Obviously, they're very present in Thurrock, and I don't remember them complaining in the past over their dealings with Thurrock Council. So I think as long as all the boxes are ticked, I'm sure it'll be all right. But again, this comes back to the debate that we said at the beginning, where we might have to have a separate meeting to discuss these issues. But obviously, it's important we keep to the points as well. But very, 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 very valid point what you're raising there. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I agree with you that you can't hold the applicant to account for the crossing. That said, we don't really want Network Rail to find out that the crossing isn't sufficient when somebody dies on it. So I do feel that, as you said, yeah, there are similar size developments around with similar crossings. It shouldn't be a reason not to develop, but I think it should be a reason for us as a council to make representations to Network Rail to think again. Because I totally agree with what a number of the other councillors have said. What traffic does go over there at the minute is all sitting in cars, and we're talking about specifically introducing foot traffic, something that isn't really there at the minute on that part of the railway. So I would like to. I think it's a separate thing, but I would like us to. I think as a council, it's only legitimate for us to make representations to Network Rail to have a think about investing properly in that crossing.
Yes, and that's an interesting point. So, Chris, just to clarify, I think what Councillor Fletcher's saying here, and it's quite a good point, is obviously we don't want to find out too late that barrier is not sufficient. Could we, if we was to look to approve this evening, could we make representations to them that we do consider it to be dangerous given the increase in houses in the area? So, effectively, not, there's going to be no wriggle room for Network Rail if something does happen on that crossing. It's a case of they have been warned, and really it's their duty to make that more suitable. Chris, is that something that's possible?
Well, the difficulty we have is they've got no objections to the application, and I know the point was raised again about whether, I think Councillor Lawrence mentioned about whether there could be money used to upgrade the barriers, and that was something we did explore with Network Rail since the last committee as to whether they would want that, but they were quite clear they didn't. And as I say, we've got, if you're determining the application as it is, there is no requirement on them to replace the barrier. That's their issue. I take the point about foot traffic and the character of perhaps people in the area will change more so than it is at the moment, because people using a commercial site will probably get in a vehicle or commercial vehicle and enter and leave, whereas you're going to have perhaps more people on foot. But there isn't an objection. There is no objection to that in terms of the railway crossing from Network Rail. So it's very difficult. And even if we approved it, I don't quite see what you're looking to do in terms of.
I think sorry, Chris.
Sorry,
Chair, at the very least, I would like to get. I mean, I did say at the time when we visited, I did say to the applicants, to the agent at the time, do they have any objection? Is the wrong question. The question is, are they confident that what they have in place is going to be sufficient, given you're going to have increased numbers of people using that crossing, and particularly using it on foot? Do they have any objection? Is really neither here nor there. Of course, they're not going to have any objection. The question should be, can they reassure us that what they've got in place will remain sufficient once we've got foot traffic and increased road traffic going across that crossing? And I would want to know from Network Rail specifically, can they give us that reassurance?
Yeah, and it's an important point there, Chris, because at least if we write them a letter, it's in writing that we've raised these concerns. So it can't be a situation where if something did happen, they can just rub their hands clear. We've said that we think there's concerns there, and then we believe it's their issue to address. And if they don't address it, then they're going to be liable. So that's what we're saying. Could something like a letter just saying you've got concerns, we want it re-looked at, would that be sufficient? Is that something we could do?
We could certainly ask that question again of them, as it's certainly been raised in the planning committee again. And it may be something you'd want to raise before you determined the planning application, because if you approve the application and then turn around and they don't do anything in the future, then that's something that's different, isn't it? Whereas if you're still as I'm hearing at the moment, with concerns about safety and things like that, it's something that we'd need to go back to them about to explore with them again as a deferral, if that was the view. I don't know if Lee wanted to come in or on that point at all.
Thank you, Chair. I think I think it'd be possible to reiterate the concerns of members, and that certainly could be put to Network Rail. But that's probably as far as it would go, as Chris has mentioned. But if the will of members is that the position is made clear to Network Rail of those concerns, and essentially urging Network Rail to improve their asset at that particular location, then I'm sure that's something which we could quite easily put pen to paper and have that sent to them.
Okay, thank you. Right, so there's a few more hands up. Let's go to Councillor Lawrence, then Councillor Salmons and Councillor Potter, and I think we need to look to sum up. Either we vote on it or we come up with something different. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you see my hand, Chair?
No, I can't. Sorry, I can't see your hand, but go on, Councillor Byrne, go on.
It's been up to 20 minutes.
Sorry, buddy.
No problem. For me, Bellway, when we was there, said it will take a year to clear that site without anything else. So you've got time to do whatever you need to do. But I'm really glad I went with Andrew on that second visit. The site for me was so well hidden, I didn't even know it there. I've lived there 40 years and I didn't even know it was there. And all I see was a heavy vehicle scrapyard covered in lorry and van parts. It's a total mess. The reservoir's covered in concrete anyway. There's an ugly old water building there. There's no resident objections. The councils all support it. So I'm not buying affordable because that's never going to happen on Fobbing Road. 66,000 NHS sounds good, but that's half a doctor. So that's an insignificant amount of money. 400 movements, never going to buy that because me and Angela didn't see one. So, but the first time ever, I'm fully on board with this bill because I think it's great location, great for SS17. So I'm fully for it.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Councillor Byrne. We was on the site visit together, and I do agree with him that the amount of traffic movements I do dispute. I think what we've got to do, it's obvious that we've got to take responsibility for this crossing because the applicant doesn't, because he was quite happy to build there, having the original opening, which was on top of it, and the railways, they don't want to take responsibility either. So it's down to us to make sure that they do. But like we've said before, we want to make sure that it's in place and it's going to happen before we give them the go-ahead. Otherwise, this could go on for years. And in the meantime, lives could be lost. And that'd be down to us then, not down to them, because we're the ones giving them the go-ahead. So I think we should really make them take this serious. Let's face it, the applicant there, they're jumping up and down with joy on this site. It's a magnificent site what they've got in a fantastic area. And it's also going ahead against what Basildon Council, because they're against it as well. So despite all my concerns, my main one is that they should work together. I'm sure they can talk to each other, come up with something and approve that we get that made safe for people.
Okay, thank you. So obviously we've got the recommendation for approval. Obviously, what you're suggesting there, Angela, is another deferral, yeah?
Yes, Chair. I'd
Okay,
like
all right then.
done.
Okay, all right then. So I just need to know sort of where we could be, etc. And I want other members to be aware that it could be.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me? Okay, that should
Who
be
was
fine
speaking?
now,
Was it?
Chair.
Okay,
Online.
so who was speaking before the stream went down? Was it? It was Councillor Potter. Go ahead, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I think it's a really, really good proposed development. However, the crossing is an absolute major issue with me. I'm frightened that kids might get run over or killed and stuff. And I'm guessing the only reason Network Rail are happy with the crossing at the moment is because it will cost them £0 to leave it exactly the way it is. And they shouldn't be made to pay, actually, to make it better. So why don't we, at the council, I should say, and the developer, somehow get together and offer Network Rail the money and the funding, I should say, to make that crossing safe for all the kids and locals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Steve Taylor, then Councillor Rice. What I'll do, because again, we need to get moving here. If there is a consensus for a deferral, we'll just go to the deferral. My own personal opinion is I think we should approve, and we've got 12 months to try and fix it. But if the numbers are there, we can't really go on too long. So, Councillor, I'll go Steve Taylor and Councillor Rice. We'll find out where we are. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be really quick. Two things that have cropped up, and one of them that, and I don't disagree with any of the comments about the crossing at all. But I see the big issue there is that the crossing is the responsibility of British Rail, and the road is the responsibility of Basildon Council. So I'm not quite sure, how that would work. I guess that would be up to our highways people to, but we don't control the highway. Well, Thurrock doesn't control the highway, and we don't control the crossing. So much as I agree with the comments, I'm not sure we're in much of a position to influence. That is perhaps the right word. And the other thing I picked up on earlier was just something that, and I can't remember who said it, but the thing about it was about affordable housing and the fact that that's going to be arranged along the railway line. But the point to make there is it is affordable, not social housing. So people will have they'll have the choice: do they want to buy that or don't they? Rather than it being allocated if it were social housing. So just an observation. Sorry. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. What we'll do, Steve, just before we get there, I will just check with the officer on that, because obviously, if we're going to defer, it needs to be, substantial. It needs to be that we can get to a conclusion. There's no good it coming back in a month and we finding out, oh, actually, there's nothing we can do. It's not in our power or the developers. So I'll go to Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I tend to agree with both Councillor Potter and Councillor Lawrence about this level crossing. Having been the county member for East Tilbury many years ago, along with Chadwell, I was instrumental in getting the barriers approved, East Tilbury, the full barriers, because at that time they only wanted to put half barriers in. Now, we've got an applicant here who wants to build 170 homes. I think it's only right and proper that we seek a financial solution from them so that we don't endanger any youngsters, because if those barriers are left, I do feel that sooner or later there will be a problem there. If they can fix that, then I think we're on the beginnings of actually going to approve this, which I think would be positive for our housing figures, because at the moment we don't tend to be meeting them, do we, Chair?
No. Councillor Schick, what's your opinion? Because if you're interested in deferral, we might as well go to the vote because that'll be enough to approve.
I'm in agree. I'd like to see this go through. I mean, I think the barriers are down to Network Rail and the road's obviously down to Basildon, so we're hitting our head against the brick wall, basically. You know, that's my view.
Yeah, no, I'm similar to that view. Lee Nicholson, should you have your hand up there?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to come in because so earlier in the debate, members were asking for a formal letter to be sent to Network Rail, and I'm listening to the debate, but I still think that would be the most appropriate solution. I really do understand members' concerns, but there's no objection from Network Rail, and we can't force Network Rail to make changes to their infrastructure. The safety of the railway is the responsibility of Network Rail, not the council. And conditions in Section 106 can only be used to make development acceptable in planning terms. So there needs to be harm that must be mitigated. There needs to be an objection to address. And in the absence of an objection, there isn't the grounds to build a condition or to offer money from the development towards that. So I just wanted to come in there, Chair, just to make that point. I'm just cautious about the application being deferred. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, what's your opinion?
Thanks, Chair. For me, yeah, totally get that it's Network Rail's issue. Safety is their issue, and they don't want anybody killed on their railways either. Also totally get that it's not within the gift of the applicant to make that happen. My concern is purely that by putting something like another 400 people in the vicinity of the railway crossing, we increase the risk. There's no getting away from that. We will increase the risk. The minimum I would be looking for from Network Rail is, as I say, is to ask a different question, to say, show us your stats, show us why you think the junction you've got in place, the crossing you've got in place, is sufficient. So as I say, the question we asked before is, do you have any objection? Wrong question. The question should be, would you please give us the evidence to reassure us that what you've got in place is sufficient, or if not, what you're going to do about it? That is the question I'd like to ask. And that, for me, whether you defer the approval or not, I would like to see that going to National Rail, basically expressing a concern and asking them to show us why they don't think there needs to be any changes made to that crossing.
Okay, yeah. So what would your general consensus be? Because obviously, would you be happy for us to approve it this evening and then send a letter, or would you be more comfortable with the deferral if you feel that would have any more substance?
Personally, because it's not in the applicant's gift, I don't see how deferring the decision would necessarily make a difference. The applicant isn't going to be able to do anything about this. The applicant isn't going to be able to sit down with Network Rail and agree a deal, because it's at the end of the day, it's for Network Rail to decide whether they want to make any changes or not. So I think we are looking at two things here. One is whether we want to approve or knock back the application, and two, what we do to get British Rail, Network Rail, going back a bit, what we do to get Network Rail to give us reassurances. That for me is a separate piece of work.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, Councillor Byrne, what was your preference?
Well, I said before, I'm all for it, so I'm going to vote. Okay. I'm going to vote for the bill.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a very close vote. I think it will be quite even based on what everyone said. So what we'll do then, there is a recommendation on this item. Let's have a look, see what we can add to it, and then we might have to go to a vote. Now, if that vote's lost, we'll then have to consider a deferral. Let's have a look. Right, so on page 133, Lee Nicholson, just before I go to the recommendations, obviously you would have heard that some on the committee are comfortable with the approval on the basis of a letter being sent to Network Rail that they need to prove that that crossing is safe. If, of course, this application is approved, what's your thoughts on that? Do you think that's substantial?
Thank you, Chair. So that could be recorded in the minutes as members request, and if members were minded to do that, then I would suggest that the wording of that letter is then cleared by yourself, Chair, and is then submitted to Network Rail to express members' concerns and the request for safety to be improved at that junction.
Okay, and is there anything else we can do in terms of pressure to see if they can get this done? Even from the developer standpoint, because obviously they're the ones going to be selling the homes. Is there anything more they can do?
Thank you, Chair. We can certainly reach out to the applicant, and that could be a joint letter from the council and from the developer. That may add additional weight to it. Just to add some more gravity to it, to make the point that it's the members and the developer that are that see the safety of pedestrians as paramount at that crossing point.
Okay, thank you. And just before we go to the vote then, Councillor Salmons, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, you did, Chair. What I'm concerned about is even if you write to Network Rail and ask them to show us the figures, stats, etc., they're going to show us their figures now, aren't they? Not figures when there's another development just half a mile up the road. So I fully understand we should ask them to come up with figures and sort of try to force their hand, but I don't think they're going to give us data based on a new housing estate, because that's not really going to be in their favour. That could cost them money, couldn't it? I'm just concerned that they might show us data and figures as is now, which they've obviously already given the developer, to say that's not an accident spot. That's what concerns me.
Okay, yeah, no, interesting points. And what we'll do, I think we'll head to that vote, and members will also have to take that into account when they're considering their options. Councillor Lawrence, and then Councillor Fletcher, and then we'll have to move to the vote. Councillor Lawrence.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say that if we give approval tonight, there'd be no need for them to change the gates. There'd be no need for the applicant to work with them to try and do it, or put money forward, or to do anything to change it. They won't need to if they've got permission. So I can't see what the big rush is. I think we should just wait a while, let the letter get sent off, and see what the applicant can do with Railway. I'm sure if they want this to go through, they'll work together to get it passed. But if we give them the go-ahead tonight, there's no need for them to do anything. They just let it stay as it is.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fletcher.
I'd just repeat, it's not in the applicant's gift. To be honest, I don't have any problem with it, with a deferral if we think it's going to do any good. As far as the idea of Network Rail having already given data that's in their favour, they haven't been asked for data. They haven't been asked the right question. All they were asked for is, do you object? So they haven't actually been put in the position of saying, is it okay? Does it work? How do you know it works? Why are you so reassured when we are not? That's what I want to see in the letter. And to be honest, I'm easy whether we end up agreeing tonight for approval or deferral. Either way, it's just not in the applicant's gift. So let's put the pressure where it should be put, which is on Network Rail.
Okay, thank you. So with that, there is obviously the recommendation on page 133, which is to approve. Obviously, with this approval would come some form of pressure in a joint letter, hopefully certainly from the council, and hopefully backed up by the developer. So that's recommendation 8.0, recommendation A. So we have to take 2 votes if they're approved. And this is 8.1, that the local planning authority formally determine pursuit of regulation 61. Now, I'd like to recommend that. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Councillor Shinnick.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Shinnick. Okay, so I'll go through the vote. So Councillor Kelly and Shinnick in favour. Councillor Fletcher?
In favour.
Councillor Byrne?
In favour.
Councillor Rice?
Against.
Councillor Potter?
Against.
Councillor Lawrence?
Against.
And Councillor Salmons?
Against.
Okay, Wendy, our candidate's 4-4. Is that confirmed?
Yes, Chair. So it's your casting vote.
Okay, so that was in favour, and then we move on to recommendation B, 8.2. I'd like to recommend that. Is that seconded again, Councillor Shinnick?
Yes, seconded.
Okay, so that's Councillor Kelly and Councillor Shinnick. Councillor Fletcher?
In favour.
Councillor Byrne?
In favour.
Councillor Lawrence?
Against.
Okay, Councillor Potter?
Against.
And Councillor Rice? I think you're the last one.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's 8 members voted. Wendy, did you get that 4-4 again?
Yeah, did you say Councillor Salmons yet?
No.
Oh, sorry,
didn't.
sorry, Councillor Salmons.
I'm against.
Well, thank you, Wendy, and apologies, Councillor Salmons. Okay, Wendy, did you get 4-4?
Yes, I did, Chair. So it's your casting vote.
Okay, and that was obviously in favour. So we can safely say application reference 20/00623/FUL has been approved. That is subject to the council liaising with Network Rail and the developer over getting this railway issue sorted, and obviously getting Network Rail to prove and show some form of evidence that it's safe with all those residential developments going ahead. Okay, so we're halfway through the agenda. It's 2 minutes past 9, and that now takes us to the remaining 3 items, which are new items, and that now brings Colin Churchman in. So hopefully Colin's in the background. And with that, we look at an interesting application here, Tilbury Football Club, application 20/00242/FUL. Before we start, Colin Churchman, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Perfect, excellent, welcome. And with that, we'll get started. So, Matt, would you be so kind as to present your report? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hopefully the technology will allow me to share my screen. It didn't work last time, so bear with me. Okay, hang on a second.
Yep, it's worked.
Yeah, I wasn't quite what I was expecting, so bear with me, because if I open up that, I'm looking on another screen to my side. Bear with me, it should catch up in a second.
It's the planning one showing.
Yeah, I just need to scroll down. It's confusing because I'm looking at a second screen at 90 degrees and I'm trying to catch up one against the other. So, yeah, limitations of technology. Right, bear with me a second. There we go. Okay. So, just wait for that to drag a little bit on the webcast so that the two correspond. Okay, so the application before you is, as has been noted, for the site of Tilbury Football Club in Tilbury. So going through the presentation, that's the site at the north western edge of Tilbury, St Chad's Road is along the eastern boundary. So that's the site in red. The southern part of the site, you can make out an existing football stadium. So that's a full-size pitch with associated stands, car parking, clubhouse, turnstiles, floodlighting, etc. And the northern part of the site, which I'm highlighting just there, hopefully you can see that. is the an open area which is used for training pitches. So that's the practice area for the football club. And dropping down, that's an aerial image again showing the two elements to the site: the existing football stadium on the southern part of the site, and the training pitches, which is the open area to the north there, and St Chad's Road, which is the A126 classified road off there to the east. Now, the proposal is a hybrid application, and put simply, what that means is permission is sought in outline and part detailed. Now, the outline element would be residential development on the existing football club site, so that's that southern part of the site, with a matter of access to be considered at this stage, and the residential development would be up to 112 dwellings. The indicative residential mix is shown on page 14159 of the agenda, and then the detailed element, which for which you know, a full permission, if you like, is sought, is on that northern part, so on the side of the training pitches, and that would be a replacement football stadium. So that would be a 3G pitch, clubhouse, car parking areas, fencing, floodlighting, stands, spectator accommodation, etc. So they're the two elements. On the next slide, and I've gone too far. So I'll just to set out the context, the site is in the Greenbelt, so you can make out the notation there, again on the edge of the built-up area. The site is also within the high-risk flood area, so the existing football stadium is in zone 3A, and in point of fact, the training pitches on the northern part are within zone flood B. Now that is functional floodplain, so that is meant to flood. That's the highest category of flood risk area. And the master plan, so again showing the difference between the outline proposals on the southern part of the site there. That's the residential element. You're only looking at matters of access for that. So that layout you see before you is indicative, but the detailed proposals which are for consideration are on that northern part of the site, which would be a replacement football stadium. You can make out the car parking areas, the clubhouse on the right-hand side, so that's the eastern side of the playing pitch, and then other spectator accommodation. On the far north part of the site there would be an area for ecological mitigation and also some surface water attenuation as well. That's a bit more detail on the detailed element. Apologies for the you know, lack of colour on that one, but that's the plan which we submitted. Clubhouse on the right hand side, stands, covered stands and covered seating around the pitch, the car parking areas you can make out, and you can make out the new access which would be punched onto the A126 on the southeastern boundary there. And in terms of the residential element, sorry, there's an elevation there. So that would be the new clubhouse, a two-storey building, which would have seating, obviously, facing onto the pitch, and then changing rooms, bar areas, a multi-purpose, multifunction hall, gymnasium at first floor level, etc. It's all set out within the detail of the committee report. And you can make out the elevations there as well. And then two sort of street scene elevations. The top one would be from St Chad's Road looking in a westerly direction. And again, the point of that particular slide is to make out it's not just the buildings. There would be boundary fencing around the pitch, obviously to stop the balls flying around, and also floodlighting, which are of a certain height. And then the southern picture there also makes out the fencing behind the goals and the floodlighting there as well. And then the southern part of the site, so that's the residential element. That's an outline permission is sought, so it's only the matter of access in detail, but it would be up to 112 dwellings, a mixture of apartments and housing, family housing. That's 2 and 3 bedroom. It's general purpose housing. There's no specialist accommodation here. There's no indication it would be, for instance, for the elderly or self-build or custom housing. It's worth pointing out, and it's explained in the report, there is no affordable housing being offered by the applicant, and that is due to viability issues. Some indicative elevations. Again, please treat these as indicative. It could look like this. It could look like something completely different, because the appearance of the development is a reserved matter. Anecdotally, the housing elevations, the top one there, pretty similar to the St Chad's development, which is further to the south. So I think the applicant there has picked up on that as a sort of design feature and a design cue. I've taken a few pictures here. So that's the training pitches on the northern part of the site, looking easterly, looking towards St Chad's Road. That is, as I said, an open greenbelt site. There is no built development on the site. And the reason why I've shown that particular picture is the bund, which you can make out on the right-hand side there, is what places this particular part of the site within the flood storage area. So that bund protects the built-up area adjacent and other parts of Tilbury, because this site, as I said, is functional floodplain, and in certain circumstances it's meant to flood. General view looking northeasterly across the training pitches, not a lot to add there. It's an open greenbelt site. Similar view to the north there. Chadwell St Mary is sort of on the skyline there on top of the river terrace. Again, open greenbelt site. And looking back towards the built-up area of Tilbury and back towards the football club, so you can make out the skyline, the docks at Tilbury, and you can make out the floodlights of the existing football stadium there as well. And then a couple of views of the existing football stadium. So that's looking southwest. Again, usual arrangement for a non-league football side, full size floodlit pitch. That's a natural grass pitch. It's not a 3G surface. Terracing, fencing behind the goals, floodlighting. The view from the main stand looking west, so that's an existing two-storey structure which has seating, and then the changing rooms below, and looking towards the covered seating area and covered standing areas along the western side of the pitch. That's looking at that western terrace. There's also a covered seating area back towards the terraces and back towards Chadwell St Mary in the background there. And the southern terrace, that's the clubhouse building you can make out there. And again, terraced areas, and you can make out the floodlighting on the far left there, the existing floodlighting columns, and the main car park with access through Chadfields. So the clubhouse building is to just the left there. So that's the presentation. In terms of the main consideration, I've set out that the site is within the Greenbelt. So as per usual, members, you will have to address 3 questions as set out in the report. Firstly, whether or not the proposals comprise inappropriate development. If they do, whether or not there is an effect on Greenbelt openness and the purposes of including land within the Greenbelt. And the third question, whether or not any Greenbelt harm, plus any other harm for that matter, is clearly outweighed by other considerations, such that very special circumstances exist. Now, there's quite a detailed analysis within the report, so I'm not going to repeat everything, but we've concluded that although the existing stadium would be previously developed land, the policy test for redevelopment of PDL is that there should be no greater impact on openness. We've concluded that there would be a greater impact on openness as a result of the residential development on the, compared to the existing football club development, and therefore the residential element is inappropriate development. In terms of the new stadium, the NPPF does allow appropriate facilities for outdoor sport, but there's also a policy test that they need to preserve the openness of the Greenbelt and not conflict with the Greenbelt purposes. So those 2 tests need to apply. Although elements of the football club are appropriate, i.e. they would be linked to the football club use, the open air use, there are limited elements which go beyond that, in our opinion, and indeed the applicants conceded they go beyond that. And we've also considered there's a greater impact on openness. Clearly, it's an open site. The training pitches, there's nothing on it. So if you put a football stadium on it with car parking, fencing, floodlighting, buildings, there must be an impact on openness. And therefore, we've concluded on that first test that it is inappropriate development. So then it becomes to a question about Is there an impact on openness and greenbelt purposes? Again, we've concluded that for the football stadium, there would be an increase in built development compared with what's there. And again, on the northern part of the site, it's open, therefore putting built development must impact on openness. There's also some harm to some of the greenbelt purposes. And again, that's set out, not all of the greenbelt purposes, but some of them. So that again, that's an impact which you'd need to consider. And then the key issue, which members will be very familiar with, have established that harm, i.e. definitional harm by way of inappropriate development, harm to openness and harm to some purposes of the greenbelt. The key question is whether or not that harm, which you must give substantial weight, is clearly outweighed. And again, I tend to emphasise the word clearly outweighed by other factors, other circumstances, other considerations, such that very special circumstances could apply. Now, the applicant has promoted a number of factors which they consider should be considered in support of the application, and we've set out those between pages 179 and 187 of the report, and we've provided some analysis. The conclusion, because I'm not going to go through everything, the conclusion of that analysis is that three of the factors can be given positive weight, and that weight should be either moderate or significant. So we've got the issue of housing land supply, which members refer to regularly. And yes, we haven't got a 5-year housing land supply. We know that. We also know where matters go to appeal, that inspectors need more than that if they are to allow an appeal. So on its own, it's probably not enough. There's also the potential for a community use agreement here, and through a community use agreement, there could be more widespread use of the facilities, which could lead to benefits in terms of health outcomes locally and well-being. So we've acknowledged that those two factors are linked. So the community benefit is sort of intrinsically linked to the well-being benefit, and yes, that can be given weight. So in terms of the balancing exercise, which is what it boils down to, as it always does with the greenbelt, you have to place harm on one side, you have to give that substantial weight. You haven't got the option because that's what national policy tells you to do. And on the other side of the scales, you can give significant weight to housing land supply, and we consider you can also give some weight, moderate weight, we consider, to community benefit and the health and well-being benefit. We've concluded, and it is a matter of judgment ultimately, that, and I would say unlike a lot of other greenbelt cases which we've seen recently, and you've considered recently, this one is finely balanced. There are positive benefits here, and you should weigh them in the balancing exercise. We've concluded it is finely balanced, genuinely finely balanced. However, this is the key point, because we have to recommend, that's what we're paid to do. The policy test is that harm should be clearly outweighed. Therefore, if the matter is finely balanced, then harm cannot be clearly outweighed. It's too close a call, if you like. So with that in mind, we've concluded that very special circumstances cannot apply. It's too finely balanced. There's not a clear gap between benefit and harm, therefore it fails the greenbelt test. Now, in terms of the other factors, so landscape and visual, highways, flood risk, etc., etc. Again, the remainder of the report, the residual part of the report, goes through all those factors, and subject to conditions and subject to potential Section 106 contribution, there's no harm. So in terms of the greenbelt balancing, because it's not just greenbelt harm you have to consider, it's any other harm, we've concluded that subject to mitigation, there is no other harm. So it does boil down to as simple as it can be anyway. Greenbelt consideration: is harm clearly outweighed? We've concluded as a matter of judgment it's too finely balanced. As it's finely balanced, harm isn't clearly outweighed. So that's the nub of the issue before you. There is a single recommendation with a reason for refusal, just purely based on greenbelt. So that's the long and the short of it. That's the consideration before you. That's the summary we've reached. because it's so finely balanced, harm hasn't been clearly outweighed. And again, therefore, very special circumstances do not apply. There aren't any other issues you really need to address yourselves to, subject to conditions or 106. So it's a straight greenbelt consideration. I'll stop there. Happy to take questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for that very detailed report. So, yeah, obviously it looks like a good project. How are we assessing the fact that there's no affordability to the homes on the basis of the stadium? We make sure that there is substance behind that. That's the first point. And secondly, I'm not seeing, in terms of the car parking spaces, 192. So we've got 192 parking spaces for 112 dwellings. That's 1.7. That's a little bit on the low side, and it's not near a train station. How can we look into that? Can we look into increasing that if it was approved?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So there are two points you've raised there. Firstly, yes, there is no affordable housing, and again, compared to some of the other schemes in the Greenbelt, the residential schemes which members have considered over a number of recent planning committees, that isn't a factor which weighs in favour of the proposals, unlike some of the other sites we've seen. For example, Woodview, for example, Little Thurrock Marshes, the applicant was happy to provide policy compliant affordable housing. That's not the case here. So I think it's, if we were to secure 35% affordable housing, that's 39 units. We're not getting affordable housing. The reason for that is because the cost of providing the new football stadium is, I think, the thick end of £6 million. A viability assessment has been done and verified on behalf of the local planning authority, and that, yes, that does conclude that there is no money left over, if you like, for affordable housing. Now, your own policy within the core strategy does allow you to take a more rounded view, and if you were in a position where you wanted to get a site away, if you wanted, the need, the desirability of getting a site developed without affordable housing, as long as it was justified through an open book appraisal, a viability appraisal, your policy allows you to do that. And again, we've set it out in the report, it does allow you to do that. But unlike, I think the point I'm making is, unlike some of the Greenbelt sites you've assessed recently, where affordable housing has been promoted, you haven't got that here. So that's not something you can weigh in favour of the proposals. Yes, there's housing, but where members previously have referred to, the council's housing waiting list, or demands from constituents, etc., who are having genuine difficulty securing housing, there is no affordable housing here. It's just general purpose market housing. The second point you made was about car parking. Now, obviously, there are two elements of the proposals. There's a football stadium where we have a detailed layout, and then there's the proposed residential, where it's indicative. What's before you is indicative, apart from the point of access. Now, in terms of car parking, yes, I think the table on page 160 sets out the car parking, and for the new residential development, indicatively is 192 spaces, and that would be for 112 residential properties. The mix of the size of bedrooms, which I again is set out in that table. So it's a mix of 1-bedroom flats, 2-bedroom houses, 2-bedroom maisonettes, 3-bedroom houses. That is indicative. I would probably say to you that the detailed level of car parking provision for the residential element would ultimately be settled through any reserved matters submission. That's simply because the applicant is not seeking that detail at this stage. They are seeking an upper limit to the number of residential units, which is 112. But beyond that, nothing is fixed. We don't know quite what the mix is. It's all indicative. And indeed, 192 spaces, which with the applicant has sort of offered as a potential, again, it's indicative because that the layout of the site is as a reserved matter. So we could rely on a planning condition if members were minded to go against the officer recommendation. We could possibly rely on a planning condition to solve that particular issue. We've done that elsewhere, where we can say, we'd expect the reserved matters to accord with the the council's car parking standards, which are applicable at the time. And obviously, we have draft standards. It's in an area of medium accessibility, so you're right. It's not a town centre location, but it's also not remote. So it sits as a as a halfway house, if you like. There are also elements. I mean, you could even consider, if you were so minded, tools like travel plans, etc., to try and reduce any overspill parking from the residential, but distinct from the residential. And I'm conscious I'm talking quite a lot here, so I'll shut up in a minute. The football stadium car parking, we're satisfied that's enough. There are Football Association requirements for car parking, which quite frankly are pretty useless because they just say appropriate car parking. But we've looked at the proposed car parking against the council's draft standards, and it is adequate. In fact, it's probably more than adequate. So that sort of washes its own face. It's the residential where there is a question mark. Yes, that's because it's an outline application, but I'm probably satisfied that a condition, or probably 2 or 3 conditions, if we're talking about travel plans, that could probably address the issue further down the track.
Okay, then, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Lawrence.
Sorry, Chair, just before anyone speaks, Matt, could you just stop sharing your screen, please? Thanks.
Oh, we've got our hands up. No, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you. Well, the officer has just answered a lot of my questions about parking and things like that. So those concerns have, as far as I'm concerned, have all been sorted. I also noted that he mentioned about the water, but I've also looked and there's no problems there from the risk management when I looked. And also when you think about it, Amazon, that was built on the same sort of flood band as well. But my main thing is that on the picture showing the green belt, which none of us want to build on, and I do accept that it is harm, but I think we've got special circumstances here, which I've made a list of. And I don't know if you've all received it tonight, but I did try and send everybody an email tonight. I don't know if you all received it. I tried to make it as transparent as possible, so you should have all received the email. And this is Greenbelt, and this is on the junction of the A126, right opposite. So this is what Greenbelt could look like. They've totally broke every single planning regulation known to the council. Councillor Liddard has complained twice, and so have I, and we don't get nothing back from the planning officers. So this is what Greenbelt could look at if we don't step in and start sorting it out. So I, for one, I am for this, and my main special circumstances is that this club in this place has been here since the 1950s. So the special circumstances is this is the only place it could be to continue to get this club and to keep it going. Also, health and well-being. I know for a fact that low-cost health and well-being provider is being offered a hall for the Marshall Academy Trust. They've been trying for the past few years to get somewhere affordable to go. So they've been offered it to them now, and they serve over 2,000 local residents. And lots of Tilbury people, they want this. This is going to uplift the Tilbury area. And for the councillors, because we want to make Tilbury a better place to live. So this is a special circumstances, what I think we should put this forward for. Thank you.
Chair, can I just jump in quickly before we probably get into the Greenbelt debate. So Councillor Lawrence just referred to or just showed a drawing on the screen there. I think I know what part of Tilbury it is, but I don't. You fundamentally you must judge each application on its merits. You must consider what's in front of you now. You can't take into consideration something which might be happening, the other side of the road or up the road or whatever it is. Please, address yourself to the application in front of you, because I haven't had a chance to look at that. I don't know what site that is. I don't know what the planning history is. So again, just a note of caution: address yourself to what's in front of you.
Can I just say, officer, it's the only reason I brought it up is because it's exactly opposite where you're objecting to build Greenbelt, and this is what's happened across the road. This could be a new Buckles Lane if it's not sorted.
Chair, again, I don't want to labour the point. If any member of the committee wants to send the planning department through the details of that site, and with asking us to investigate, we'll do it. What I'm saying to you is fundamentally, as with any planning application, you must consider what's in front of you, and bringing something to the debate fairly late without a chance to actually, respond. You're putting me on the spot. I can't respond to that.
Oh, I'm very sorry, officer, but I have done all what is needed, and this has been going on since October, and Councillor Liddell reported it over a year ago. So the only reason I brought it up is because this does concern me, and it is affecting this football club we want here. We want the area to look nice, and that's what I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Thank you, Matt. I understand both sides of the argument there. I think what I understand what you're saying there, Matt. We have to obviously keep the application within the boundaries of what we're seeing. I think what Councillor Lawrence is raising is it clearly is a situation taking place across the road where it seems to be one rule for one and another rule for the other. And I think what happens when, as a council, I'm not saying it's the planning department's fault, I think collectively it's councillors, it's officers, it's even the government. I think collectively when we allow systems to be abused, it sometimes it doesn't look good when people that play by the rules are trying to build on the green belt. So that's what I think Councillor Lawrence is raising. But yeah, you are right. We need to keep to the application, but your point is well received there, Councillor Lawrence, and maybe we can take that up if we do have. And I know we spoke at the beginning of the meeting about Section 106. Maybe we could discuss sites that are being built on the green belt that don't have permission. So maybe we could have a meeting later on in the year, or maybe within the next few months, to iron out any of the issues we've got. So with that, thank you, and I'll just go to, I don't know who's next. I'll go to Councillor Shinnick.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to say I think this is an excellent project for the people of Tilbury, and I, for one, will be voting for this because it's about time the residents of Tilbury had some new infrastructure put in instead of having warehouses and things all the time, to have a nice football stadium and some houses, and obviously you've got the gym as well going in there, so I think this is a great project for the people of Tilbury. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Councillor Shinnick. We'll go Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I very much agree with both Councillor Shinnick and Lawrence. I think this demonstrates, I think, a bit of a flaw in the greenbelt thinking, where as the officer has already said, it's only just greenbelt. And yet, once it's only just, it's automatically significant harm. Clearly, in any logical way of thinking, this is a lot different from some of the stuff that we look at, where you're looking at building homes in green fields. This is not that. So I think on the one hand, yes, recognise there is harm, but it's clearly not the same kind of harm as some of the other greenbelt building applications that we see. To me, it's marginal. On the other side of it, the special circumstances, I think insufficient weight has been given to some of these points. This point around securing the long-term future of Tilbury Football Club, it has been stated as one of the strategic objectives of this council, of the current administration, to make sure that all sports clubs in Thurrock have a decent home. This sits within that strategy. It aligns with that strategy. Therefore, it should have far more than little weight. I would suggest at least moderate weight. Secondly, the community benefits, particularly around health and well-being. Given the stats, given what we know about lower life expectancy in Tilbury, given the amount of deprivation in Tilbury, to give it moderate weight, I think is underestimating it. This will have significant weight. The council at the moment is trying to get people out, trying to get, well, not at the minute, but pre-COVID was trying to get people out, trying to get people active, trying to encourage sport. This again aligns totally with that strategy. So those are two factors there which should be treated as having significant weight because they both align with the council's own strategy. And I'm looking, I have to admit, I'm looking ahead because I think enough of us are, from the sound of it, enough of us are minded to approve this, that we know the next question we're going to get asked by the planners, which will be, what kind of material reasons are you going to put forward? Well, these are the reasons I would put forward. One, as I say, that the securing the long-term future of the club is part of the council's key strategy. And secondly, that the health benefits for the local community are again part of the council's key strategy and an identified significant need within the borough.
Okay, thank you. We'll go over to, I've got 3 more hands at the moment. I can't see Councillor, oh, hang on. I'll go Councillor Rice, then Steve Taylor, thank you. And then Councillor Salmons.
Thank you.
Have you forgot me? Have you missed my hand again, Boss?
Well, you know what? I looked, but your name didn't come up. And it says then Councillor Byrne. So I think you're fourth.
You should put your picture on, Councillor Byrne, then we can see you. Anyway, Chair, I think Councillor Salmon made an excellent contribution. We just want to clear up this matter of the flood zone 3, which Matthew referred to. It's quite clear that both the Environment Agency and our flood risk manager have no objections. So I think we can rule that one out to start with. And I think that's very important, Chair. And then, of course, what we've got to look at, Chair, is it's an enabling development. It's a bit like Langdon Hills with the hospice. This local authority, they haven't got £6 million to build a new stadium for Tilbury Football Club. They haven't even got 6,000 pence, or should we say 60,000 pence at the moment, because it's almost bankrupt, you know. So we have to get things into reality. I think there's enough reasons for the departure, and I, for one, would totally support this because, let's be honest, you know, we've got to look after the residents of Tilbury. They don't have a lot going for themselves, and it's good to hear the officers say this is finely balanced. I think that's very good, but just let the officer confirm that these 2 resolutions about the Environment Agency and the Flood Risk Manager, there are no objections, so the flood zone 3 doesn't really apply.
Okay, thank
Chair,
you.
do you want me to come back on that one, Chair? Okay, if that's a question, do you want me to come back on that, or do you want me to wait till everybody's gone?
I'll tell you what we'll do. Jot down anything you're picking up, Matt, and then we'll go. I'll go for everyone. I'll come to you at the end, and then you can iron them all out at once, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. Thanks, Matt. Right. So I've got Steve Taylor, then Salmons, then Councillor Byrne, then Churchman. Then we'll look at summing up. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly, I think I equally have a question about the risk. I'm not so much bothered about the risk for flooding for the football club, but to wherever they're planning on building. But if Matt's going to deal with that, that's fine. The other comment I just picked up, and it won't come as a big surprise given that I represent the green belt, that in principle I have to oppose it. But the comment that it's only just in the green belt, well, of course, if you then build on it, then the bit of land next to it will be only just in the green belt. The next bit will be, and that's how it creeps. So I have to say I can't subscribe to that argument. However, on this occasion, given all of the development that's taken place over at the Amazon site, and the Travis Perkins site and so on across the way. For once, which I'm not happy about, but for once, I actually do see this as something positive that benefits the local authority and the people of Tilbury. And so, although in principle I have to object, in practice, shall I say, I'm going to object really weakly because I think it's a good thing and I think it's long overdue. So,
excellent. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Right, Councillor Simmons.
I fully support this. I think the people of Tilbury deserve to have a nice stadium. The Tilbury Football Club has been there absolutely years. Many people in Tilbury support that club. And the one good thing, there's many youth groups play there. One of my grandsons played football. It kept him absolutely enthralled for the best part of his life and off the streets. So surely that's a good thing in Tilbury because there's not much down there for kids to do. So if there's a gym, football clubs, hopefully there won't be so much crime and kids hanging around. This is a good thing. I think we should all be supporting it. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Yes, I am going to be very weak against it as well. But first of all, I'd like to challenge Councillor Rice's figures that we haven't got 6 million. We have, because we've got 10 million to build civic offices. So we have got more than 6 million, mate. I'm sure you'll agree with that one. The only thing that bothers me, we put more weight tonight on a railway crossing than we have on affordable housing. We bang the drum constantly. Is there no way we can twist our arm? Because if we've got unaffordable housing, then how is that going to benefit the people of Tilbury? Are they going to be in a position to be able to afford unaffordable housing? So that has really got me mixed up and don't know where to go.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Byrne. It is an interesting one because I mean, I like Tilbury very much, but there's absolutely no doubt when you go on Rightmove and you're looking at house prices and properties, they're not as well sought after. Now, I don't know why, or it's not that they're not as sought after, but they are lower in value in Tilbury. So I think that's something that needs to be taken into account. And another thing is, I don't think the views are brilliant when you look at the vicinity. I mean, the Amazon warehouse is not a million miles away. It is quite. What's the north, east, south? What is to the south of the site, Matt? What is that? Is that a what is that? A site? Is it a housing site?
It's all housing.
To the immediate south, Chair. I can get the presentation back up if you want to sit.
You don't need to. What is it? What is it?
There's a traveller's site immediately to the south, and then into a general purpose residential after that.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I just wondered because obviously, because you wonder whether these houses will be reasonable in terms of their cost, given the location of Tilbury and the fact that houses are cheaper. So interesting. Let's go to Councillor Churchman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I can only echo what's been said tonight, and I agree with Councillor Fletcher on the benefits of this club. I mean, having lived in Tilbury, I lived off at Feedon Highway, and I just think this would be a complete asset. With the with the flooding, I think I mean we've got houses there now, we've got the Amazon there. I don't think that nowadays is so much of a problem with housing having to mitigate flooding. So yeah, I'm really up for this. I think it's such a good plan. So I will be supporting this today.
Excellent, thank you. We'll go on to Councillor Rice, then Fletcher, and then Steve Taylor again. Thank you.
Chair, I was only going to say that what Matthew just said, they're not travellers, they're showmen. And there is a subtle difference. The people who live in those properties. And they would be very upset if we called them travellers. So we should actually, Matthew should actually take that back because that is wrong.
Yeah, I'm happy to, Chair. I'm not familiar with that site. I've never dealt with any planning applications on that site, and you're quite right. There is a difference in planning terms, if you like, between the two. So yeah, I'm happy to stand or sit corrected on that one. Yeah.
Okay, what's that site up the road then? That's Councillor Lawrence raised. Does that show?
You're putting me on the spot now, Chair.
No, sorry, I'm not asking you. Sorry, I'm asking Councillor Rice.
If that site, you're talking about the site on the right-hand side, as you are on the left-hand side as you come into Tilbury, I would presume those are travellers. I would presume, but I'd stand corrected, you know, because we can't, you know.
No, I understand, and people, I understand, like, but looking from Google Earth, it's incredibly difficult to tell the difference. All right, look, let's crack on. Councillor Fletcher.
Chair, I'd put my hand down.
Oh, all right, no worries. Councillor Lawrence.
Can I just confirm, considering Councillor Lydiard and myself are the one putting a complaint about it, is that there's pony and track racing down there. It's quite hazardous with the roads. They're selling food now on the site, what they've started to do, and it's like a cafe, and it's escalated from a few to the area I've said. You don't know how big it is until you Google Earth it.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So what I'm going to do is, oddly enough, I think we done questions and debate there, but we do have speaker statements. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hand over to Wendy. She'll do the speaker statements, and then I think we have to come to a conclusion because it's approaching 10 o'clock, and we've still got two large other applications on the agenda. So Wendy, and then I'll come back to anyone who's raised their hand.
Can I come back on a couple of things? Yeah, there were a couple of questions. So I don't want to labour the point because I'm looking at the clock and time's going on. So. I'm not going to go through everything, but I mean, Councillor Fletcher did make a point, and Councillor Taylor did pick up on about the site is only just Greenbelt. It's simpler than that. It's either Greenbelt or it's not. You can't be only just Greenbelt. It's Greenbelt or you're not. It's like being pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. So it is Greenbelt, and you must consider it as Greenbelt. So.
Chair, that was my point. The fact is that if there were any kind of gradation, this would be very low grade. It is precisely my point that because it's either in or not in, we're obliged to treat it as giving significant harm. And my point, as I made, was not that it was only just in. Please do not misrepresent me. My point was that this, although it may be Greenbelt, is not as big a change as we're talking about when we're talking about putting houses on. So I'm not talking about whether it is or isn't Greenbelt. I'm pointing out that the reality of it is much less of a massive change of use than some of the other examples of Greenbelt that we see. I totally get that it either is or isn't Greenbelt, and my point was that is a limitation of the definition of Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you, Mike, and Matt. Did you want to continue? Thank you.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not going to come back on that point. In terms of the Councillor Rice referred to the flood risk issue, we haven't raised that as an objection. Okay, so it is a pure Greenbelt, straight back consideration. Subject to conditions, there are no flood risk objections, even though it is within the two highest flood risk categories. So that's correct. Yes, there is no flood risk objection. In terms of the point about, Councillor Rice made the point about enabling development and the weight we've put on it. Viability applies to every development proposal this authority deals with, because ultimately, unless schemes are financially viable, they don't fly, they don't get built. So we have weighed it in the balance, but it's not special because it applies across the piece. Every development you see before this committee has to go through that process. And if it's not financially viable, it don't happen. And it doesn't even get to an application, some of them. A point was made about Amazon. Yeah, Amazon was in the Greenbelt. It was removed from the Greenbelt through the core strategy. So there was a planned release of that. And it was actually removed from the highest flood risk area as well. The flood defence was moved such that the Amazon Travis Perkins was taken out of 3B and put into 3A. So that just to tidy up that point. Councillor Byrne made a point about affordable housing. Just to re-emphasise, there is no affordable housing. That is because of viability issues. Your policy still allows you to consider the application on that basis. That's something you can take into account. I suspect I know where we're going with this one, which is fine. You're the decision makers. I only recommend. I'm just going to emphasise the point. It is a balancing exercise, so you do have to consider harm, and you do have to put substantial weight to the harm. Now, how much weight you put on the positive factors is up to you. I would suggest the table on page, where are we?
188.
Right, you're ahead of me. Yeah, working on the dining room table isn't great. I would probably suggest that if you were so minded, you could attach more weight to the community benefit and the linked benefit of health and well-being. So we've put moderate because that's where we're coming from and that's what we've justified within the report. If you wanted to go another way, I would probably suggest you could put more weight to those particular factors rather than the three factors above it, which for the reasons we've given in the report are perhaps less strong. And yes, this is different from a lot of sites you've dealt with in the Greenbelt recently. This is far more finely balanced. And you're entitled to weigh two of those factors differently. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that, Matt. So what we'll do, I'm going to go to Wendy now. And Wendy, I understand you have a couple of speaker statements.
Yes, Chair. So the first statement will be read by myself. The other two will be read by the speakers themselves, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a statement of objection from Lee Proshow, a resident. I wish it to be known that both myself and my partner object to this development, as do the majority of Spindles residents. In addition to the Greenbelt considerations already highlighted, a number of factors appear unaddressed. Residential development on existing site. The site itself is unsuitable for residential use given its high propensity for flooding, which Tilbury Football Club have posted a number of videos about. With rainfall significantly increasing due to climate change, this presents both a significant risk to new residents and a new risk to existing properties. The number of dwellings proposed is excessive, with completely inadequate provision for parking resulting in overspill into neighbouring streets. Three-storey dwellings would also block light and currently open views. Access is proposed via St Chad's Road, Chadfields, Spindles. St Chad's Road between Millay Place and Chadfields is an accident black spot, being too narrow to accommodate normal traffic, let alone a regular influx of HGVs. Normal traffic already causes unacceptable amounts of vibration in surrounding properties. In Chadfields/Spindles, this vibration is even worse and would mean fully laden HGVs passing within 5 metres of my property. When TFC leased the rear parking area for lorry and trailer storage in 2019, this led to significant vibration throughout the day and property damage, and these vehicles were unladen. Stadium development. Building on a flood defence plain has been a major failure at Travis Perkins and Amazon, with both properties sinking. Doing so here will also significantly increase flood risk to neighbouring properties. In terms of parking, a 600-plus seat stadium with provision for only 100 vehicles is completely inadequate given TFC's ambition for higher volume use. Parking is already a serious issue for residents that TFC refuse to address, with overflow vehicles regularly blocking roads and driveways to the extent that emergency vehicles are unable to access properties. TFC need provision for 100-plus vehicles now, not in the future, so the plans make absolutely no provision for growth. There are also regular issues with antisocial behaviour, littering and noise from the existing club, which TFC also refuse to address, issues which will only increase with a bigger venue. One issue which hasn't been mentioned at all is that of water pressure. Currently, residents experience a significant drop in water pressure every time TFC water the pitch. A new stadium with even more properties will only worsen this problem. TFC make many claims about this being great for the community, but these need to be offset by the reality that TFC completely refuse to engage with nor address the many current issues that they cause that are affecting neighbours. blanketly stating, if it's outside the gate, it's not my problem. And this statement is only a very brief summary of many areas of concern. I've also included some images which show the narrow access and parking issues. Thank you for your consideration and trust the committee to make the correct decision by refusing.
Fantastic. Okay, cheers, Wendy. And can we have the next speaker, please? Wendy, could you call them out? Thank you.
Yeah, that's Councillor Lydiard.
Thank you, Councillor Lydiard. Wendy, do we have Councillor Lydiard?
Yeah, he's
oh, there he is. Can you turn your mic on, please, Councillor Lydiard? Sorry, your mic's off.
Councillor Lydiard, you're on mute.
He is. I think he realises he's trying to.
Okay.
He's trying to rectify it. Well, what we'll do then, actually, we'll go to the next speaker, and then I'll bring Councillor Lydiard back. So I'll give him a few minutes to see if he can sort that out. Wendy, can you call the next speaker?
Yes, that's David Maxwell, the agent.
Well, good evening, Chair and committee members. Can I just check you can hear me okay?
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal for redevelopment of Tilbury Football Club and to outline why we believe this application should be approved. Officers acknowledge in their reports that issues around this case are finely balanced, but the harm to the Greenbelt is not clearly outweighed and have therefore recommended refusal. We're disappointed with this approach and believe that the very special circumstances of the case do clearly outweigh the limited harm to the Greenbelt. The proposed football stadium will provide first-class facilities which will benefit the local community for decades. There is a recognised shortfall of such facilities in the area, and local groups and clubs have expressed high level of interest in taking advantage of these new facilities should they be approved. A community use agreement has been provided to the council in draft, and the applicant is committed to allowing use of the all-weather pitch by the Tilbury FC youth teams, by the Gateway Academy, and use of the community stadium by the Tilbury Martial Arts Academy. The council's public health team identified Tilbury as the most deprived ward within Thurrock and highlight ongoing socio-economic factors blighting the area, including child poverty, childhood obesity, lower life expectancy than average through circulatory disease, coronary heart disease, and respiratory disease, among others, and unemployment levels above the average in Thurrock and England. So redevelopment of the existing stadium for residential is proposed to help deliver the football stadium and the associated wider community benefits. The link has been demonstrated in the submitted viability statement and corroborated by an independent assessment sought by the council. The proposed residential will abut existing residential properties and will enjoy a better relationship to those properties than the existing stadium, which produces parking and footfall in these residential streets. The proposed development represents significant investment in Tilbury that will deliver tangible benefits that the local community can access and directly contribute towards tackling socio-economic issues and burgeoning health crisis in the area. Access to the facilities can be safeguarded in perpetuity by the council through the community use agreement. We believe that helping meet the undersupply of community facilities in Tilbury and helping to address the health crisis in the area carries significant weight in the decision-making process. And when these benefits are considered together with the provision of up to 112 homes, which the case officer has assigned significant weight to, the very special circumstances clearly do outweigh the limited harm to the Greenbelt. It is notable that there were only 3 objections to the planning application from local residents. However, the Environment Agency, the lead local flood authority, and the Highway Authority do not object to the application. So in conclusion, this development can help start to address some of the very real issues faced by residents in Tilbury for decades to come. It is a significant investment, not just in the football club, but in the future of Tilbury as a whole. and as such, we respectfully request that the committee approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And Councillor Lydiard, I see your mic is now off mute. Are you with us?
No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can do. Thank you.
You can, that's fine. Thanks, Chair. Good evening, committee members. I'd like to speak in favour of this application. I've been a Tilbury St Chad's Ward councillor for 11 years, and in my service to the community, I get to talk to thousands of Tilbury residents. Tilbury people have a strong sense of community. Historically, Tilbury was developed to service the port of Tilbury docks. Tilbury town has suffered some economic downturn. Most of the pubs and clubs have closed, and football facilities in local parks have gone due to the cost of upkeep and refurbishment. Tilbury has lost a sports centre. Martial arts have been moved to a temporary location along with special education needs, sports and sensory room. The local health statistics show that Tilbury residents' life expectancy is 7 years less than some in nearby wards. Contributing factors include obesity, well-being and lack of exercise. My conclusion is that Tilbury needs this facility. Tilbury Football Club, otherwise known as the Dockers, is at the heart of this community, offering football for ages 9 to retirement. In addition, there will be a licensed bar and reception rooms for special occasions. Tilbury Football Club also faces an unsustainable bill to bring the clubhouse and football facilities to modern and safe standards. The existing drive and entrance to the car park is both a safety hazard and an eyesore. The clubhouse, football stand and changing rooms are past their best. This development provides a solution to the current decay and offers facilities that are fit for purpose. The club has formed mutual benefit partnerships with the Gateway Learning Campus and Tilbury Martial Arts, which incorporates significant special education needs patronage. The plan includes utilising facilities at the school that are currently underused and underfunded. Similarly, Tilbury Martial Arts will utilise rooms and space at the club when not in use. There are no significant concerns from the statutory agencies. An improved entrance is planned to meet highways approval. Objections from the Port of Tilbury are without any real substance, as the ground belongs wholly to Tilbury Football Club. The 112 dwellings and sports facilities proposed are within the green belt, but I have established community need far outweighs the harm. This development also achieves a little of the government's ambitions to meet building targets without using up quality agricultural land. This development has the overwhelming support of local people. And just to address a couple of points, on the north side of the proposed area, we have a 4-storey school. To the east, we have that site that Councillor was talking about was a caravan storage area. To the west, we have Amazon and that sort of warehouse park. And to the south, it is supposed to be a showman's accommodation. And I think there are one or two, but it's mainly people who've become homeless and looking for cheap accommodation. And addressing another point, there is actually a bus stop outside, a very good bus service, extra car parking the school if you were desperate, which I don't think you will be. The train station is probably 10 to 15 minute walk away. I won't say any more. I think the councillors have all said it for me. This development has the overwhelming support of local people. Tilbury needs an identity. Tilbury needs pride, and Tilbury needs regeneration. I ask you to support this development tonight. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lydiard. So what we'll do now, we'll head into debate and then we'll shortly go to vote. Obviously, I think we've all said a lot, so there's probably not too much more to add. I do have one more sort of question for Matt, but then I can see Councillor Rice, you got your hand open?
Chair. Yes, Chair. I would like to say that, you know, this, as the last speaker has said, Councillor Lydiard, Tilbury are the forgotten part of the borough. And when it comes to it, we need to do something for them. So on page 188, when we talk about securing the long-term Tilbury Football Club, as Councillor Fletcher has alluded to, it's high in our priorities. We ought to change that weight to significant.
Oh, hang on, sorry, Councillor Rice, just to clarify. Right, Councillor Fletcher's already, I think he's already done this. So 5-year housing supply, I think Councillor Fletcher went to significant weight. Health and wellbeing benefits, he went to significant. Community benefits, Councillor Fletcher suggested significant. And securing the long-term future of the football club, he wanted that raised to moderate, which I think is fair. So,
yes,
yeah, I see what you're saying, unless you have anything else.
I wanted to raise, Chair, was community benefits significant, enabling benefits significant, and 5-year supply that's significant, that's great. But when we get back into it, Chair, what we have to look at is that once again, we don't have a 5-year supply. We have no 20% buffer, and we have year on year, we failed government targets on housing. These are the facts. We can't run away from it. And what's interesting, Chair, is although this is flood zone free area, the Environment Agency and our flood risk manager have no objections, just having the say that they just want suitable conditions put in. So that has to be significant. And when we come to amenities for the local community, the health benefits are very important. Chapel St Mary is 2 miles away, so we can't say that this site will make Chapel and Tilbury join together. Sport England raised no objection. This is previously developed land. And when we look at the inappropriate development, yes, we have to give it substantial weight. But when we look at all the health benefits that will come through for Tilbury, and in my final point would be, if you take the Marshall Academy, kicked out by the council out of the old fire station in Tilbury, they will provide a home for this vital youth facility, which has some 100 members go to it every week. So these are very important items, Chair, and it's for these reasons that I will support this evening. And thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we'll very shortly move to the vote, because obviously there is a recommendation for refusal there, but I'm not sure we'll actually find anyone who wants to refuse. Matt, just 2 very brief more points before we move on. The first is the resident raised issues with water pressure when Tilbury Football Club are using the sprinkler system. Obviously, the club's going to be moved substantially to the north. Is that something that can be kept an eye on? Would it be using a different water source, as an example, that may not affect residents on the spindles? Because it's unlikely the residents just going to make that up out of thin air. There's probably some substance to it. What's your thoughts?
Sorry, Chair, I was busy unclicking and clicking buttons. We didn't get a consultation response from Essex and Suffolk Water. Now, their water supply, as opposed to Anglian Water or foul water. Anecdotally, when I visited the site, it would have been not last summer, summer 2019. The sprinklers were on, because it was summer, but they weren't plugged into into the mains. Funnily enough, they were plugged into. They had a number of water containers, with large scale water containers, like within Gabion enclosures, which they were using to water the pitch. So I can't provide you with a complete answer. When I went on site on one occasion, they were watering the pitch, but they weren't actually plugged into the mains. Whether or not by moving the pitch further to the north, well, first off, I've cut myself short there. It's a 3G pitch which is being proposed. It's not a grass pitch. It's a plastic pitch. It does need water. So I think, in a simple way, I think I've sort of answered the question there. So if you were to approve the application, you haven't got to worry about irrigation of the pitch because it's plastic. So there we are. That's a simple one on that. While I'm speaking, I really don't want to bang on too much, because I know potentially the way we're going with this one. And I'm going to try and help you out, I think, in terms of the factors you maybe want to add more weight to. So I've already said to you that housing land supply, which Councillor Rice has referred to, and the 20% buffer, which is in essence, we need a 6-year land supply. You can give that significant weight. The reason being, consistently appeal inspectors have said that carries significant weight. So fine, give that significant weight. And in point of fact, we already have. Community benefit and health and well-being benefits. I think you've got wriggle room now. I'm being honest. I think you've got wriggle room. If you wanted to add more weight to those factors, fine. I'm not going to. That's your call. You're the decision maker. I'm not going to die in a ditch. However, securing the long-term future of the football club, I don't think that's special. Every football club in the country wants to be financially stable. Is that special? Is that site-specific to this particular site, to this particular application? Possibly not. That's too general. That's too generic. And the other one, enabling development, I've already said that the financial viability arguments apply to every application you consider, every application we consider. It's not special enough on its own. So it's the last 3 elements on that table where, if you wanted to add further weight, that's where you've got wriggle room. So I think that I'm just going to try and help you out on that particular point, because I don't think securing the long-term future of the club, and I think Councillor Fletcher referred to it being a council policy, or a key strategy. It's not a planning policy. It might be elsewhere within the council, but it's not a planning policy per se. So don't up the value of that. Up the value of community benefit and associated health and wellbeing benefit. I'll stop there, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Matt. And lastly, I'm going to come to you very shortly, Caroline. I can see your hand's been raised. Without sort of putting a damper on the application, I'll be honest with you, I'm slightly nervous that the housing aspect of it is a little bit too dense for the area, and I'm not too comfortable with the parking. It is important that we do look after the residents of the Spindles, because we don't want, and Chadfields, because we don't want, we don't want this to be of detriment to them. So just before we go to the vote, I would like to see if we can address anything with parking. It is quite clear it's going to be supported this evening. So there's not too much I can do in terms of the density. So what we'll do, I'll go to Caroline, then I'll go to Mike, he's got his hand out, and then we need to come to a conclusion, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, Matt has given you an indication of the reasons where you can, you've got wriggle room as to weight. And I would add to the reasons that you can't use that Sport England raises no objection, because you can't use a negative as a positive. So you've got wriggle room on those, and as Matt has guided you, but you need to just go back and say, somebody has to say it, please. Can somebody say that the harm to the green belt is substantial weight? Then you go on to say, we've got these reasons, this is the weight we're going to give them. And then you say, well, you look at it, and then you can, if you wanted to grant permission, you will, having done the balancing exercise, you say that the benefits are clearly outweigh that the harm to the green belt. But first of all, say that the weight is substantial weight for the harm, and then go through those benefits, and then do the balance and come up with the balancing conclusion. So if I could please ask you to just take a little bit of time and just go through those steps and say it, so Wendy can actually write it down, so anybody read it can see that decision so very clearly. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Caroline. And what we might need to do, and I'll refer to it. I know Mike got there first in terms of the weights, but I'll probably hand over to Mike. It might be best just to keep it simple and not overcook it, because that's where we could get into trouble. So I'm going to go to Mike, and then we need to move on because it's 10:15. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. First, to cover Caroline's point, although I think Councillor Rice actually did mention about 25 minutes ago that he did accept that there would be significant harm. So let us start by saying we all, I think, in this panel appreciate that given that it's been classed as building on Greenbelt, we acknowledge that that means significant harm. Let's get that one out of the way. Secondly, as far as the material reasons that we want to give for why the benefits outweigh the harm, I'd like to suggest we go with Matt's suggestions. Let's face it, he's got the expertise, and I think the way he put it was probably better than the way I put it. So I think particularly, if I remember right, Matt, and please let me know if I've got you wrong, our primary reasons for recommending would be around the community and health benefits. And we'd see those as having significant rather than moderate weight. And I take his point that the having a long-term home for Tilbury Football Club, although we consider it important, would not necessarily be a material reason for overturning the officer's recommendation. So let's focus on those two areas that Matt suggested we go forward with.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Rice?
Yes, I agree with Councillor Fletcher. I think on securing the long-term future of the Tilbury Football Club, I think we can afford that a moderate weight. That would be appropriate. Then the enabling development, let us not kid ourselves. This is a significant weight because this developer is giving £6 million to build a new stadium. That is substantial. And that's why we've got no 106. So we have to give that significant weight. And I agree with the community benefits and the health and well-being benefits, etc. And then, of course, you know, we must emphasise that, you know, we don't have a 5-year housing supply, nor the 20% buffer. And also, we have to emphasise that there will be substantial employment through construction. Which is a major thing. So these are the cases that we're building up to depart from the policy, Chair.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor Rice. The bit you mentioned, enabling development, and that the developer's putting forward the cash, but it's important to note that the developer is also being given the option to build quite a large-scale housing estate just behind the stadium. And obviously the officers would have taken that into consideration. So that's where we are. I mean, there is sacrifice there. As far as I'm concerned, that site is dense. It's not ideal, and there's not enough car parking. But you know, you level that up with the stadium, and I'm not sure the residents on Spindle is going to be too happy about this housing estate. So there is sacrifice there. What we'll do, there's clearly no one, I don't think, in favour of the recommendation on page 199, which is to refuse. Is there anyone who wants to recommend that refusal? No? Okay, so what we'll do then, Matt, just before we go to the vote, is there any options in terms of parking? Can we look at increasing the parking to alleviate any issues there are on Spindles and Chadfields? What I don't want is the residents on this new estate parking in those roads. And the only way you're going to relieve that is if there is more adequate parking. There's nowhere near a train station, and let's face it, not a huge volume of population use the bus. So, are there any options there?
Yeah, Chair, I think I probably may have touched on this point quite some time ago now. So the residential element, which I think is what you're concerned about, the applicant is seeking outline permission, and the only parameter which is being fixed at the moment would be, one, the point of access, and two, the maximum amount of development. So it would be up to 112 units. The mix is in, so the way parking would shake out, of course, is that for bigger properties we'd ask for more car parking spaces, but the mix between 1, 2, 3 bedroom properties, I couldn't tell you. We could use a planning condition, and we have before, to require car parking to meet the council's draft standards. We can use other things like travel plan, etc. So I can't give you a definite answer about what the level of car parking would be, but there are tools we can use to make sure it would be adequate for the residential element. As I've said at the beginning, I think the football club provision is fine. In fact, it's probably over provided to a degree. And you've heard from Councillor Lydiard that it is on a bus route, so it's not, yes, it's not town centre, but it's not remote. So that's the comfort I can give. I think there are tools through planning conditions we can use. Just on the density point, because you've raised it a couple of points, you know, a ballpark figure, that would be about 55 dwellings per hectare. That would fall broadly within the range which the council seeks through one of its core strategy policies. So that would be what we should expect for a mix of houses and flats on the site. So that's not too far off. But again, the layout, I couldn't confirm at this stage.
As long as it's acknowledged that this housing estate is nowhere near a train station, well, it's quite far from Tilbury Town's train station. So as long as that's reflected in the car parking, I'm happy to move forward. So what I'll do, Councillor Fletcher, did you want to take this forward in terms of an alternative recommendation?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So yes, I'd like to recommend that we approve on the grounds that we've discussed, while accepting that there is harm involved in building on the greenfield site. We believe that the benefits, as we've now recalibrated them, outweigh that harm. So that's my proposal.
And then Lee, obviously you would have heard that the members have raised in terms of community benefits and the weights added to those. Do you want those repeated, or are you happy with what's been said?
Thank you, Chair. I think members have been very clear this evening as to their desire to approve the application, and were quite clear in the reasons to do so. So I think we recorded this down, but just for the benefit of the minutes. So significant weight given to health and well-being benefits, significant weight given to the community benefits, moderate weight given to securing the long-term future of the club, and significant weight given to enabling development. And the last one was a factor which was added by Councillor Rice. What I just need, I think I just need members just to put on record is that they are of the opinion that collection of very special circumstances clearly outweighs the harm to the green belts. And I think on that basis, as long as we've got that minuted, then I think it's very clear constitutionally, as long as there's a clear reason given, the decision can be made on the night, which I'd be happy to do so. Which means that then the application would be subject to the usual steps in this for greenbelt cases like this, which would be referral to the monitoring officer, then conditions 106, then referral to the Secretary of State. I do acknowledge the comments which were made at the beginning of the meeting, and make sure that the team contact the applicant's development team quickly to progress and move this one forward as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Okay, so thank you for that, Mike. And you'll need a seconder. I can see Councillor Rice has got his hand up. Councillor Rice.
Yes, just one other thing, Chair. Just to emphasise the employment through the construction phase, because that's very important for Tilbury people, because that will provide substantial employment for them. And as we've got an area that does have unemployment, that would be good.
Excellent. I'm happy with that. And obviously you're happy to second. Okay then. So Lee, hand raised.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, it's just trying to understand how much weight was being given to the employment through construction. Just again for the minute.
It's the employment that should be significant, because the area does have unemployment, Lee.
Okay, noted.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, brilliant. Well, I think that's everyone who's raised their hands. Hopefully I've not missed anyone. So Lee, if you're happy, I'm going to go to the vote now. So application reference 20/00242. There has been an alternative.
Chair. There's Matt Gallagher has his hand up, and Lee.
Yep. Okay, Matt, and then Lee. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. If so Councillor Rice mentioned employment during construction. At the moment, the heads of terms for the 106 would just be financial contributions towards healthcare and education, plus the RAMS, which is the Essex Coast mitigation. Is it the case that members would want to expand the planning obligations to potentially include something like, during construction, apprenticeships or training opportunities? We've used that at Tilbury too. We've used that on Amazon, because otherwise there isn't a link between the construction jobs and Tilbury residents. So if you wanted to rely on that,
let's go with that. That's a fantastic
if you wanted to rely on that as a factor, then we'd need to nail it down through an obligation as what as
that would
make
be
that link.
That would be good, Matthew. Yes.
Okay, understood.
Excellent. Yeah, good suggestion. Thank you. Lee, sorry, did you have your hand up?
No, it was just to say that Matt had his hand up. That was all. Thank you.
Excellent, brilliant. Okay then, so obviously Mike Fletcher has recommended approval. And that was seconded by Councillor Rice. So I'll go through one by one. Hopefully I don't miss anyone. Right, so Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Rice are in favour. Let's go Councillor Byrne.
I'm in favour.
Brilliant. Councillor Salmons.
I'm in favour.
Councillor Shinnick.
In favour.
Councillor Potter.
In favour.
Okay, Councillor Lawrence.
Approve.
And Councillor Churchman.
Approve.
And my last on the list there is Councillor Kelly, myself. Okay, I'm happy to approve that as well. So excellent, making good progress this evening. It's application reference 20/00242/FUL. Tilbury Football Club, St Chad's Road, Tilbury. That has been approved. Okay, so it's coming up to 10:30. We've got two more items on the agenda. And that now takes us on to the second from last, which is 20/00827/FUL, former Ford Motor Company, Arisdale Avenue, found on pages 203 to 240. And Chris, if you'd be so kind as to present the report. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll try to share my screen. Hopefully it will work this time. Can everyone see that all right?
Not just yet. Blank screen for me, Chris. Oh, yeah, that's better. Perfect.
See if I can make it full screen as well. Remember how to do it. So this is Arisdale Avenue. Members will be familiar with this site. There's been previous applications that we've dealt with over the years, phases 3 a few years ago and phases 4 and 5. In terms of the previous outline planning application, they were the reserve matters that followed. This is an application that is a standalone application separate from the outline and reserve matters because they have all run out of time basically, and they had to come in with a revised, so a full standalone planning application for the proposal that is before you. And this is an application seeking full planning permission for the erection of 92 units comprising 86 one-bed and two-bed apartments and 6 dwelling houses, along with associated infrastructure, works and landscaping. As I say, the site has been developed and for a 5-phase permission, and the current scheme represents partial revisions to part of the Phase 4 scheme and a change from the 31 houses that were approved on this site in the red line areas you'll see in a minute to 86 apartments. The 6 houses are just to the west of that, and those apartments would be in 3 blocks of flats in this part of the central and eastern part of the was the Phase 4 development. This would result in a net increase of 57 dwellings, and in total would increase the overall development to the whole of the former Ford factory site to 677 dwellings. So that's the title slide, and there's the location plans, the red line area showing the site. That's before the Phase 4 and 5 development has been shown on the Ordnance Survey, and this one is the one the applicant provided, a bit more zoomed in and clearer, so shows the red line to one of the multiple accesses onto Aristale Avenue that serve the wider site in this location. And the aerial photo shows part of the site again before Phase 3 and 4 and 5 were developed. It's not quite up to date, but that shows you that in relation to South Ockendon. So the site, as I mentioned, is on the eastern side of Aristale Avenue, with earlier phases to the, as I mentioned, the 4 and 5. Sorry, the Phase 4 and 5 is to the north and west, and to the south of this is the phases 1, 2 and 3. The railway runs along the eastern site boundary, and this plan in front of you shows you the 2 plans from the outline planning application that was submitted back and dealt with by the Development Corporation in 2009. The planning permission was issued in 2011. So those were the illustrative plans about how the development would look, and it has more or less followed those alignments in terms of the dwellings and certainly the open space as shown there, and the phasing, slight change to the phasing in terms of 4 and 5, but otherwise it's more or less like that as well. So coming on to what's been built in the surroundings, that's from Phase 3. So this was a Bellway development just to the south, and you can see in the top left corner, just through there, the diggers that are building out parts of Phase 4 and 5, and in the distance, they're the blocks of flats that are in the Phase 5 of the development. Another view from the south, looking into the sites behind the fence, and from the other end. So this is from the north, within what is the current Phase 4 area, where the open space is. You're looking south there to where the proposal would be for the apartment blocks instead of the houses that are approved. Again, some different images of how the development looks in terms of phases 4 and 5. As this plan shows the sites as approved, you'll come onto the red line again in a moment, but you probably can't see my mouse cursor, but there is just to the southeast of that area of public open space, there are the 35 houses that are shown there that would be replaced by the apartment blocks, and this therefore shows those, so a bit more clearer. The lap and public open space remains the same in the centre there, but it's the 3 apartment blocks, and instead of a road going through in terms of being parking dominant and highway dominant, which was earlier concerns when the application was originally submitted, through discussions with our urban design officers and the applicant, this has been revised to create kind of almost like a landscape street, a better community amenity area for the blocks of flats there, and then the parking on the edge of that, so it's less car dominant from a design perspective and a layout perspective, and that's a bit more zoomed in to give you an idea of what that looks like. The houses, as I mentioned, there were I think there were 4 before, and now there's 6, so they've been just slightly increased the numbers there in terms of making best use of the land on this site, which is, as I mentioned, in an urban area. And give you the idea of story height. So the blocks of flats, like the ones in phase 5 that you saw from the earlier photo, they're up to 4 stories in height, and they drop down to 3 and 2 stories, and the houses are 2 stories as well. And there's a landscaping plan to show that a bit more clearly in terms of what I mentioned about the kind of landscape street environment, which could then link through quite nicely to the public open space in the middle of this part of the site. This is an example of one of the house types. This is one of the detached house types, and the floor plan for that's a 3-bedroom unit. Block 5, so that's one of the blocks of flats. This is in the sense that you can see there in terms of elevations. That's the one actually that fronts onto the road, and that's the floor plan for that block. That's one of the floor plans. It's obviously goes up to 4 stories. That's the ground floor plan. And then some street scene and cross-section type drawings to show the gaps spaces between the buildings themselves as well, to give you a bit of context. And these are probably the most helpful, moving on to the CGIs that have been created. So you've got, unfortunately I don't have one of these as it was previously. That would have been absolutely ideal, but we've got this one which shows you the blocks of flats shown there. They've all got solar panels on the roof, so again, from energy perspective and that, they're all trying to be energy efficient by having that arrangement. The landscape streets in between, you'll see a better image of that in a minute. From another perspective, again, the applicant has been the applicant that's developed phases 4 and 5. So this design approach here represents continuity with the approach of those earlier phases from that aspect. And then more from a ground level perspective, so this is looking sort of southeast across the sites towards the blocks of flats, and that's that landscape street I mentioned, and another view looking sort of in a northeast direction. There's this area of this square which is into the front of some of the dwellings near one of the roads, so it's a bit different sort of environment rather than a green field. It's a hard landscaped area that's proposed there. So this application is recommended for approval. It would increase the density of the development on the site, but this would make best use of and most efficient use of land, something that the council are looking to do on brownfield sites and sites in the urban area to meet housing land supply. And we've got 5-year housing land supply here. This would obviously contribute to that. And because the developer's on site at the moment, as you saw from some of those pictures, subject to agreement of planning conditions where anything needs to be provided in advance, as well as 106 contributions. The development is clearly deliverable and deliverable very soon. The applicant has informed me they're looking to commence work on site as soon as they can. And as I mentioned, we consider this to be a high quality design development, a continuation of the earlier phases, which you've seen from the photos there, as well as the plans for CGIs that are proposed, to give you a good idea of how that development is being brought out, and in regard to earlier forms of development, phase 3 you saw there as well. So this site is considered a sustainable location, and the recommendation is for approval subject to section 106 as outlined in the reports, and the conditions that are also attached. Just
okay, thank you very much.
My screen. Thank you. I think it's off now, isn't it?
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, on this one, I noticed there was a news article this week in relation to this application, and the headline was "More homes, less money for the community, and fewer affordable dwellings." New application. Are they? Could you elaborate on those comments? So there's 3 comments: less money for the community, and fewer affordable dwellings, and more homes. I mean, that's three bits of bad news there, is it not?
I did see that article. Unfortunately, it's factually incorrect. There is the existing outline planning permission section 106 that requires contributions as part of a tariff approach, and this application has been subject to a viability assessment. But having looked at both and weighed up the figures, and they're not in the report unfortunately, but they're very similar in terms of the contributions that are there. In terms of affordable housing, the phase 4 and phase 5 development, it was the blocks of flats in phase 5. There's one block that was identified for affordable housing, and it's about 10%, as other earlier phases are within the Aristale development, because of it being a brownfield site. And I know there's been issues in the past there with contamination and the need for piling of foundations and things like that. So it's been through a viability exercise in that regard. The 35 houses that would have been on this site none of those would have been affordable housing. What we've got now is, subject to a viability assessment, we've got an offer of 6% of the apartments that would be for affordable housing. So there's actually a net gain in regard to affordable housing. Okay, the numbers have increased. There are more homes, as I mentioned, so there is a more higher density development, but it's been carefully designed in terms of its layout and its scale in that regard, and our urban design officers have been involved with that, because it has to be very carefully done to avoid things such as overdevelopment and things like that, and that's not an issue of this application. So there are more houses involved with here, but as I say, this is a better site to have more houses than if we were developing the Greenbelt or something like that. So and the original planning permission for the outline was up to 650. This is up to 677, so it is 27 more, but without this development, the number of dwellings was less than the 650 that was originally envisaged. So in terms of making best use and most efficient use of land and in density and all those considerations I've mentioned, this is a scheme that is considered acceptable in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I must admit, obviously, it does look a lot more dense now with those flats. I'll hand it over to other members to see what they make. Go to Councillor Rice first, then Fletcher. And I don't know if anyone has got a hand up. I can't see.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm like you. I'm a bit disappointed, only 6%. When we look at it, they've increased the density, so we should get more. That's it, Chair. If they don't like it, then I'm of the opinion you should throw it out, because we should get, there's no benefit to the community on this. We should get a reasonable amount of homes on this. It might not be the 35%, but I think it should be at least 25%, because of this increased density, But I stand waiting for the officer's reply on this.
Of course.
Chris, do you want to come back straight away?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, that's fine. As I said, the application has been subject to a viability assessment that was submitted by the applicant. It was independently assessed by a body that the council use in terms of, as with all our planning applications, where there's viability issues as the policies allow. If there's situations in Thurrock, as we've discovered on many occasions, where there's brownfield sites which can't meet policy compliant levels of affordable housing and anything else like that sort of thing, then there is a viability route that can be applied, and it's not unique to Thurrock, because it happens all across the country with all planning authorities. And these reports, these viability reports, are independently reviewed. And I know our independent reviewers looked at this and explored this at length with the viability consultants for the applicant, and they've advised us that 6% is the most you can get from this, taking into account all those reasons for the viability situation on this site. I'm not an expert on viability, but I'm going with that advice, that independent advice. They are the experts, and that's what's advised. And that's the position we're in, where it is only 6% affordable housing. But as I say, the earlier phases have only achieved 10%. Phases 3, I think, so the earlier phases as well. The original outline planning permission had a clause in the 106 that allowed for viability testing, so it could be 10% or it could be 30 or 40%, I think, from memory. But the reality is, all the viability testing that's come back through this site, being a former commercial development on the site and brownfield land, the earlier phases have only achieved the 10% through those planning permissions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice, your hands are still raised. Do you want to come back on that?
Sorry, Chair. No, that's fine. That's okay.
Okay, right. I've got Councillor Fletcher, then Lawrence Byrne and Steve Taylor. So Councillor Fletcher first. Thank you.
I did have one question, but I'm going to have two now, if that's okay, Chris. These independent reviewers of ours, have they ever knocked back a viability report?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, have they ever disagreed with one?
Yes, many a time. I mean, this one was looked at, and there was additional work required by the applicant through the application process to address points that they'd raised over land values and things like that. And that's something we find in Thurrock quite a lot with our applications, that the land values are very low. So there are difficulties in making schemes viable. I mean, we talked about Tilbury earlier. There's certainly instances in Tilbury I know of where land values and property values are low, that makes difficulties in terms of achieving policy compliant levels of affordable housing and other things difficult because of that situation. And that's not something that we can really control, land values and things like that. That's just unique. But from my experience of working these viability, every application I've dealt with them, they've certainly pressed hard to try and get and following our advice, trying to get what we can out of the developments to make things as policy compliant or as near to it as possible. And the situation here is their assessment identifies 6%. I know it's not ideal, but that is the reality of what's here for this development.
That's what's on offer.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. That's exactly what's on offer.
In terms of that area, Arrisdale Road, top of Arrisdale Road in particular, the road itself is absolutely knackered, and it's only getting worse. And it's got a lot to do with the fact that it's a haul road, so you expect to have heavy vehicles up and down it. Is there any way we can leverage this latest development to get some investment in the roadway and getting a decent service down there and improving some of the problems that have been created over the last few years?
If it involves a financial contribution, the viability assessment wouldn't allow any money to be put forward to improving the road situation of the public highway. This is
not through Section 106.
No, again, because of viability, there isn't any, if you like, money in the pot to allow for anything other than what's stated in the recommendation of the application. So the 6% and the other contributions towards education and NHS healthcare and traffic plan monitoring. I don't know if I mean Julian Howes is on the meeting, whether he's got a view on the public highway land, and I can't recall off the top of my head whether the outline permission had a before and after survey condition, which is something that has happened in the past, where if there has been damage to the road, the developer then pays for it to be rectified.
I mean, the problem with Arrisdale is that there's so much traffic on it, you couldn't prove that it was definitely down to any one particular. But certainly, if they're going to build a whole new site, then that will increase the heavy traffic on that road, which will further deteriorate the condition.
I mean, some of the photos I showed earlier, most of the plant and stuff's already on site. Obviously, it'll have to come off site. But I don't know whether Julian wants to come in at this point in terms of the public highway and whether there's plans to renew road surfaces in the future. Probably after the development's finished is probably best from a layman's perspective. But Julian, that's all right, Chair.
Julian, would you like to come in there? Cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As part of the actual overall site application, a contribution was given to highway improvement.
We have to turn our mics off, guys. Sorry, I can't hear Julian. Turn the mics off. Sorry, guys.
As part of the overall development from the start, a contribution was given for the improvement of the highway along Arrisdale Avenue. And as some members will be aware, that the bottom half from Arrisdale on the corner where it goes into the non-principal bit of Arrisdale Avenue up until Avontar Road has been improved. There is still some money in the pot, and the majority of that money will be going to improve the footways and provide a cycleway on both sides of Arrisdale Avenue up to the extent of the development boundary. Unfortunately, as as regards the highway, as regards the carriageway, there's only a sufficient amount of the budget left to only do part of the frontage of the two developments, the Bellway development and the St Modwyn's development. And at the moment, as part of the St Modwyn's development, there is a section 278 in place for those improvement works.
Thanks, Julian. I mean, to be honest, if you're going to be building cycleways, putting in cycleways down the sides, that's where most of the damage is. So you can either repair them or just stick a couple of ramps in and make it a BMX track.
No, it will be a properly formulated cycleway, and we'll be increasing the curb heights to try and prevent the lorries from parking on there as they do at the moment.
Thanks, Julian. And thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Lawrence, then Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. I've read through this and I'm trying to pick out all the positives because I know we are short of homes, but I'm very unhappy to see that we've got a loss of 31 semi-detached homes and only given 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. Families with children, they need homes to live in, not to be put in flats. So I'm not happy about that at all. To me, it seems as though this is elongated by how long it's been taking with all these different phases. And as normal, by the time it gets to the last stage, they're taking away things rather than giving things. And my other point is that although we do need cycle lanes, the road's in such bad repair and we've got all the extra cars that's going to be using it. I'm just wondering, like what Councillor Rice said earlier, can't we just say enough is enough and walk away? Because I think this is going to be happening all the time when it comes to big housing areas, what's being done. Big phases like this, they're taking things away by the end and not giving. So I think we've got to make a stand at some point and say enough is enough.
Okay, interesting point. We'll go to Councillor Byrne, then Steve Taylor, then Councillor Potter.
Okay, 100% with Councillor Rice and Angela. It's give up, walk away. 6% is nowhere near enough. And so start with this story was not accurate. I think there's a lot more accuracy in that story than we're being told. So walk away. I agree with both of them. It's not enough.
Okay, well, we do have a speaker statement on this one as well. So I'll go through the remaining people who've got their hands up, then we'll hear from the speaker and then we'll take it from there. So I think it was Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Chris, so I've got a question and something else to sort of throw in at the pot. But the question, and I've raised this before in that, as a general rule, the equation around for a developer is they buy the land at a cost. If they do the proper due diligence, they know what it's going to cost them within reason to clear a site, or if they have to pile it or whatever, because that's all the stuff that's all the prelim work they should have done before they work out what their costs are. And what happens is they go to the viability study, and I know you've said you can't disagree with them, but they go to that, which seems, and you might be able to correct me, but I think they put in an assumption that they have to make at least 30% profit as a developer. I think that's true, but you would know better than I do. And if that isn't the case, the first thing that gets slashed is affordable housing. So when you've just said a little while ago that the low land value, right? So I'm assuming for once they haven't paid too much for the land. That may or may not be true. So if the land value is lower, the build cost is going to be a fixed cost for whatever they build, except if they build more, then the build cost goes up. But I'll guarantee the one number that never seems to change is the profit. And I kind of question that equation is managed properly. Now, I'm sure you're going to tell me that there's a standard process they go through, but it strikes me that somewhere along the line there needs to be a compromise. Consistently, the local authority ask for 35% affordable, not social, affordable housing, and we end up having to negotiate and give that away because the viability of the site has now declined, and it's declined below the profit margin that the developer finds acceptable. And I kind of think that's a bit of a strange equation, in that the builder never loses out. The people who sell the land never lose out. The only people that ever seem to lose out is the local authority in terms of what it gets to add to its, well, not to add to its own building stock, but in terms of affordable housing to deliver. So that's kind of question or statement one, if you like. I don't know if you want to deal with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to, but I'm not a viability expert, and there's a lot of factors that get put into the viability assessment approach. The guidance is generally, I think the developers' reasonable return is 20%. I think this scheme is less than that, and there's a lot of schemes I've seen that are less than that as well. So they're obviously taking their own risks from that point of view, and there's a lot of factors, as I say, that come into it. And it's not just land values; it's all manner of things in terms of construction and things like that. And there is sort of a standard sort of approach that these things go through, but it's like a great big spreadsheet of inputs and costs and all those sorts of things that are weighed up and assessed on how much per square metre land is and property is and things like that. It's I'm not saying it's an exact science, but it's quite in depth, and you need to almost be a chartered surveyor to really get your hands around it at times, which is why we get an independent surveyor involved to advise us, because we need that assistance on these sorts of things. And as I say, they are independent, and they have advised us that what can be achieved from this development is what's in the recommendation of the application in terms of the affordable housing and the other contributions towards education, healthcare, and travel monitoring. So that is the situation. Not 30% profit; it's a 20% developer return, I believe it's called. But I believe this one, without going through the details, and there's quite a lot of documents in terms of the viability work and spreadsheets that are involved with this. I believe it's less than 20% in that regard. So, I mean, as I say, the land values and things like that are not something that we can control, but we deal with lots of planning applications where we have these viability assessments, and it is part of the planning process these days. We're looking at what can be achieved. I don't know if that's helped you at all or answered any of the questions. I hope it has. I know you had another question to come, didn't you?
Well, okay, I'm going to follow on from that, and I know we're pushed for time, so I don't want to drag it on, but if you've got anything, any document or an example, I would love the opportunity to look at it just to see what that build cost, what the cost build looks like, and on the other side of the equation, what the expectation is in terms of income, because it's a simple equation. So, I mean, I know it's complex in terms of what goes in, but I'd still like to see exactly how they do it. And the main reason I'd like to see how they do it is because it only ever seems to go in one direction, and it's not the right one. So if you've got anything, I know you know how to get hold of me, I'd be really grateful for it, because I'm quite happy to sit and do some work on that and try and understand it. I just think it's a nonsense that we get into this, and it's always, we seem to be at the wrong end of the process. So it's always the affordable housing bit that gets squeezed. And whilst you've got developers out there with being paid bonuses, their top directors being paid bonuses of 80 odd million pounds, I kind of struggle to see that this is working as it should do. I'll leave it at that because I know we're busy, and the second part I'll bring up in the it's not a question, it's a part of the debate. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, thank you. I know he's been waiting patiently. Councillor Potter, you're a councillor for Rockington. What would you like to say?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, before I ask my question, I must quickly say I agree with Steve Taylor 100% that these developers put profit at the top of their list and affordability at the bottom of their list. But the question I want to ask is, I live within about one road of this development in Arrowsdale Avenue, and for the past few years, there's been loads of developments down there, and it's not just so much the damage they do to the road. Every day I drive down there, the roads are just full of mud and slush. Is there some way the council can sort of stipulate that they have some sort of machine or something out more often to take the mud off their wheels or clean the road several times a day? Thank you.
Usually with these things, in terms of the outline planning permission that was granted, would include a construction environmental management plan, and indeed I think this application includes that as one of the conditions as their common practice for all major developments really. And within there we normally have wheel washing requirements for these sites, and this probably should be I don't know without going to the site and checking themselves, but I believe there probably would be a requirement for a wheel washing facility at this site as part of that condition for the outline, so we can investigate if that's not being used at present, if there is such a facility. I know Julian's got his hand up as Public Highway Authority. He might be able to advise further for you, Chair.
I'll nip down there tomorrow and have a look.
Thank you, Chair. I confirm that our Clerk of Works regularly visit both the Bellway site and the St Modwyn site. We've asked them to step up their sweeping of the highway in this regard. Unfortunately, that one of the main mud that comes is from the Rural Horizon site, and again, though that's not part of our remit, we've been onto that site and asked them to step up their cleaning of the site, including jet washing the footways all along Arrowsdale Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Julian, for those additional comments. Okay, so what we'll do, we've got Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Shinnick, and then we'll go to speaker statements. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to sum up and say that with the loss of the 31 semi-detached properties and just giving us flats for young families to live in, I don't find acceptable. The applicant's planning obligations are not acceptable to me. It seems as though they're changing their mind and making things up as they go along. They've took away the houses to squeeze in more apartments to make more profit. So enough is enough, and I'm thinking of the families. I know they'd rather say, no, we'll wait, and later on, hopefully someone else will take this area over, or we'll wait for a house somewhere else, rather being stuck in a flat for at least 9 or 10 years before they get a chance of a home.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Shinnick.
Oh yeah, thank you. I think I'm in agreement with fellow councillors to make a stand on affordable housing, because these developers are getting away with this all the time, and if we don't make a stand, we're never going to prove anything. So for one, I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Byrne, if you've got a question, and then we'll go into debate, albeit I think we've crossed over slightly. Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, just saying with these two numbers, 30% profit or 20% profit, in the last year, I think if I could take 20 pence in a pound as profit, I'd bite your hand off. And so would every other business. So we're talking about that. It's not a lot of money, but how many businesses make 20 pence in a pound? Or even 15 pence in a pound? Even this year with COVID, everyone will bite your hand off. I'd have it tomorrow. So that is not a little bit of money. That's quite a handsome profit.
Okay, thank you. Right, Wendy, I understand we have a statement here for this application. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair. It's a statement of support from the agent, Owen Williams, who will be presenting it himself.
Excellent, great news. Okay then, would you like to invite him on and take it from there?
Yeah, Owen, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing this the opportunity for us to address the Planning Committee during these challenging times. As indicated in the officer's report, the application represents partial revisions to phase 4 of our Bennett Fields development on the former Ford Motor Company site in South Ockendon. That was previously approved by the Planning Committee on the 7th of June 2018. It seeks to replace the 35 houses with 86 apartments and 6 houses, a total of 92 units. We first considered these proposals following stronger market demand for apartments and houses in the extant scheme. Whilst there has been a stronger demand for apartments and houses, our Bennett Fields development has been popular, reflecting the site's sustainable location to the South Ockendon railway station. Following a positive pre-application meeting with the Council in November 2019 regarding the principle of this change, we submitted the application before you today to respond to this market demand and allow a seamless continuation of build from what was approved to what is proposed. This proposal has been designed in line with all the design principles of the original development and the reserved matters approval that was given for this phase. The size of amenity spaces and number of parking spaces per dwelling have been replicated, with more visitor spaces given to the apartment blocks than previously allocated. During the process of the planning application, we developed a positive working relationship with the Planning and Urban Design Officer, which has led to amendments being made to resolve their concerns regarding amenity space of the apartments and the visual dominance of the parking areas. The revised layout, as indicated by your officer, now strikes a balance with achieving a usable amenity space for occupiers of the apartments and the wider development, and would appear as an extension to the nearby park in phase 4. With proposed apartments and houses, it would now just leave under a hectare of usable open space within just 100 metres of their doorsteps. Members will be aware that a priority in the Council's Housing Delivery Action Plan, published in August 2019, was to look where possible to consider opportunities for development at a higher density in urban areas. This proposal seeks to achieve just that in a manner which would respect its surroundings and represent a continuation of the high quality design approach currently under construction. The proposed housing mix provided in the scheme reflects the borough's housing needs regarding the latest SHMA and also policy CSTP1. And although due to viability issues, it does not provide the full quota of affordable housing required, an element of affordable housing at 6% will be provided on top of the 10% already provided within this phase. In addition to the 6% of affordable housing provision, which we have already engaged with several registered providers, the Section 106 contributions will also be provided towards education, healthcare and our travel plan monitoring. So as stated by the Planning Officer, the proposal would bring forward a high quality design development which would represent a continuation of the high quality design approach currently being built out by St Langdon Homes, and we hope members can support this application in line with the Officer's recommendation so that there can be a seamless continuation of construction on site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So, members, I can see Councillor Rice, you've got your hand raised based on that statement. Is there any further questions, Councillor Rice?
I didn't have a question. It was more a statement, Chair. I think this item should be deferred so officers can go back to the applicant and seek an increase in this 6% because I think that's scandalous. And also I take on board what Councillor Lawrence has said, that we need homes rather than flats for our affordable. So I'll be moving that we actually defer this item for further consultation with our officers and the applicant.
Okay, Councillor Rice, thank you for those comments. So that's further consultation, and then you were just suggesting the 6%, but then there was also the comment there that you prefer the homes instead of the flats, yeah?
Yes, yes. I think we've got to be a little bit more strict with developers. You know, we talk about affordable homes, but we really need to have some homes which are houses rather than flats. And I totally agree with Councillor Lawrence on this. I think it's 6% is scandalous. And I think our officers need to go back and talk to the applicant and make sure that we can jack that figure up, because as Councillor Byrne said, if they're achieving a 20% profit, they can afford to give a bit more. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got Councillor Fletcher, then Councillor Byrne, then Lee Nicholson and Steve Taylor. So let's go to Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. I noted that the applicant was talking about increasing demand for flats. So I'm not quite sure how increasing demand squares with reducing viability. That really doesn't square in my head at all. I agree with Councillor Rice on pretty well everything, apart from the suggestion of referral. I would actually vote to reject this and put the ball firmly back in the applicant's court to come back with something that's actually of some use for the community rather than just for their directors.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher said it all for me, really. I think we should try it out. If we want building, we want family-friendly builders. And yeah, they're not that way. Flats, yeah. So I agree. I think we should try it out. That's my proposal.
Okay, thank you. And Lee Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to come in just to say, I just exercise caution on a reason for refusal based upon the lack of affordable housing, where viability assessments have shown that that might not be possible. I think Councillor Rice suggested a deferral to enable officers to pick up a further conversation with viability consultants and essentially to squeeze the sponge, as it were, to see what else could be yielded from this development. I think that could be a positive way forward. Then clearly at the next meeting, if that didn't yield what members were looking for, then obviously we can reconsider the decision then. But to refuse it out of turn could make it very difficult for the authority to defend that decision.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Lee. Yeah, I think we're at two minds at the moment. I think one is clearly, I think we would have been more happy with the original design. Now, in terms of refusal, I do think there are options there. I think if you look at our parking standard, parking is a material consideration and it is below our standard. And then density is also a concern. But then it is, do we give the developer some breathing space and go for that deferral? So it is a difficult decision, I think. But I do take on board what you're saying in terms of affordability. That's probably not the road I'd go down. So yeah, it's food for thought, really. I'm not sure either on this one. I don't know whether it's a deferral, and then we could always reject it if we don't like what we hear, or whether we just go for a rejection. And the only reason I raise that is because clearly no one's in favour of it. I must admit I am nervous looking at it. It just doesn't seem like we're getting much. And Ockenden has taken a lot of homes recently. You know, there's a lot of homes in that area, and we need to be able to justify, you know, more density. So let's I'll open up to a few more people. I think it was Steve Taylor next.
Thanks, Chair. It crosses my mind. One of the things that the agent was saying is that there's a greater demand for part of their rethinking was there was a great demand for flats. And I think he was alluding to the proximity to the train station and so on. And I would suggest that given where we are at this moment in time, going through the pandemic and so on, and people working from home, I know they're not built now, but it's beginning at last to change people's thinking about commuting. Now, I used to use the train from Ockenden, bizarrely, the end of my kind of working life, which wasn't that long ago, and Chafford 100 largely filled that train up every morning. So whenever you got on it, you stood. And if things hadn't changed, then just trying to put more people on it at Ockenden, and trust me, Ockenden station can be packed every morning, or was packed every morning, is kind of not a good solution in that you can't always get on the train there. It really is as simple as that. But given that things are now changing, and I think you're going to get less and less people commuting, then maybe the idea of going away from flats or apartments or whatever they choose to call them makes more sense because the people's work practices are changing, and they're going to change not just temporarily. For a lot of people, the changes are going to be permanent. So I think that's a good reason for them to perhaps reconsider what they want to put on the site, and at the same time to study the numbers around the so-called viability, and maybe to consider what their profit margins look like, given that a lot of the builders are currently publishing those numbers. So that gives us another opportunity to apply a bit more scrutiny. So that was my view. I think it's a good time for them to go and relook. Thanks, Chair.
And what did you think, Steve? What, defer or refusal?
Well, I think if it's deferred, then that gives them the opportunity to consider what's been said and to think about it, and maybe try to come back with something that's more in line, which is what I think most of the councillors are saying, and I largely agree with them as well. That there's a few things that are changing, and they're saying they changed it because of demand, and I'm saying I think demand is going to change simply because people's working practices are going to change, and therefore people that can't afford to rent flats in London, so they come out to somewhere like Ockenden or Grays or wherever and live in a flat and commute back and forth. That's just not going to be happening in the way it used to. So this is perhaps an opportunity to consider what the future might look like. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, that does. Okay, members, I've got 4 more names. Apologies if I get this in the wrong order. I'm going to bring in Councillor Churchman.
Yeah, I totally agree with what's been said today. It seems the more, the less we're getting. And I mean, the work ethic is changing. I mean, we've had a lot of people over the years, in this last year, that are working, do we really need that amount of flats? We need houses, I think, more than anything, with a little bit of a garden. You're cramming so much onto this space, and Arisdale is not a good road. I mean, I often go through there because of the A13 going down to Waverley. I come through Arisdale, and it is a mess, that road. I mean, I agree with everything said. I think they ought to go back. I mean, I think the original plans sound so much better than what they're giving us now. So, I mean, that's something that I think they can consider, and for us committee to do as well. To cram 92 flats, I don't think that's the way to go, and get less for it.
Okay, then. Okay, so right, I've got. I'm going to go Councillor. Well, he hasn't spoke much, so I'll bring Councillor Potter back, and then Councillors Fletcher, then Rice. Sorry if I've got that in the wrong order, but.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quickie. I'm 100% with Councillor Rice that I think a deferral is definitely the best option. It will sort of drop a few hints that they might change their approach, and it'll save a lot of paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. I think what Lee has suggested to us is sensible. A deferral so that officers can go away and negotiate with the applicant and come back with a better deal for us. That would be a way forward. And of course, as you've said, if they weren't able to do that, then we have the opportunity at that time to kick the application into the
reject it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. No, yeah, we can always reject it at a later date. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, then Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't die in a ditch over defer versus reject. But I think if we are going to ask officers to talk to the applicants, they need to understand that if they don't come up with some sensible changes, we will be rejecting. As far as this idea is concerned of not rejecting it because of the lack of affordable housing, I get that. Although it's not acceptable. I get that it might not be a planning reason for rejecting it. But for me, we've got 2 perfectly good reasons for rejecting it, if it comes to that. 1 is density, and 2 is the change from the original plan to this plan being out of touch with what the local community actually needs. I think those are perfectly material reasons for rejecting, should it come to that.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Lawrence, and then I think we'll sum up and come to a conclusion. Councillor Rice, your hand is still up. If I'll come to you at the end if that's the case. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with what all the other councillors are saying. My understanding is if we do defer, it's not acceptable next time, we can throw it out. But the easy solution is that they come back and give us our 31 semi-detached houses back, and they just don't take so much profit. That's the easy solution, and we can all move forward. So that's the option. Stick to what they originally come up with at the beginning, or we reject it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I must admit, I'm sort of on that mindset as well. Right now, is that everyone? No further hands raised. So I just want to go through a formality. On page 226, there is a recommendation for approval. Let's have a look there. Does anyone want to recommend approval? No, okay. And there has been a suggestion there for a deferral. Councillor Rice, as you originally raised the idea, did you want to suggest that?
Yes. We should move to a deferral. Let our officers go back and negotiate with the applicant. I think that
Councillor Fletcher, can you go on mute, please? Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Rice. Apologies.
I was just saying, Chair, that I think giving Lee's advice to actually defer it so the officers can go away and negotiate with the applicant and come back and let's see where we go from there. I think that's a more sensible solution at this stage.
Excellent. Okay, is that? I'll second that motion for deferral. Lee Nicholson, are you happy with us going to that vote for deferral? Obviously, you would have picked up on the comments that have been raised. I think really we're looking at two things. One, if they're going to stick to the original plan, we feel that we need to be getting a lot more out of it. Although it would appear that there is a desire actually just to revert back to the original plan. So yeah, just be mindful of what we've said. Are you happy with that, Lee?
Chair, of course, conscious that the applicant's agent has been on the meeting as well, so he would have heard the debate as well. So we can certainly pick that up with them and bring it back to the next available meeting.
Yeah, excellent. All right, then, thank you. Chris, Purvis, you got your hand raised?
Yeah, I just wanted, if you're going to defer, I just wanted you might not have got there yet, but just wanted some bullet points or something, just so I'm completely sure on what we are deferring it for. And in terms of going back to the original permission, that is a fallback position. So whatever happens with this application, they can still build out those 31 houses. That's still a live permission because they've already started phases 4 and 5. They can go and build those 31 houses if they wanted to, just so members are aware of that as well.
Yeah. Okay. No, that sounds perfectly well. So the deferral is obviously on the basis of we don't feel, given the upgrade of units, that there's enough there for us to give it the green light. There is a mindset that actually the original application is probably a bit more suitable given the huge volume of houses that is already on this site. There has been some concerns there from Councillor Fletcher in terms of one, density, two, not in keeping touch with the original idea. I raised issues over parking, which is below our standard, which is obviously a material consideration for refusal. And Councillor Lawrence, did you want anything to add there? Councillor Lawrence?
Could you just make it clear for me after what Officer Purvis said, is that if we rejected it this evening, then they could just go back to the original plan and just build our 31 semi-detached houses? Can that happen?
Yeah, that is correct. So it's a fallback option, but that doesn't mean they have to go down that road, of course.
If that's the only thing, if that's the only thing that we would accept, because that's what the original plan was for, then we could just reject it and then they either build them or they don't. Was that correct?
Yeah, it's food for thought, and I'll be honest with you, I am toyed between rejection and deferral. I think really what I'm trying to do with the deferral is try and be fair with the developers on the basis that they've approached the council. The council have obviously looked at our guidelines, and I wonder whether it's worth giving them a shot. But you are right, Councillor Lawrence. Yeah, if you reject it, it does go back. But
fair and very patient, and I think we are where we are. We've got to make a stand, so I think I'm going to reject it.
Yeah. Councillor Fletcher, you had your hand raised?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a brief one. I didn't say that my reasons for rejection were that it was not in keeping with the original development. And the reason why I want to pick this up is it's a key point. It's not in keeping with the needs of the local community. The point we've been making tonight is that they want to build flats because there's a market for it. And what we're saying is, well, actually, no, if you're looking at the local community, that's not what they need. So that is the point that I want us to make.
Yeah, okay. All right then. Has anyone else got their hands up? Councillor Lawrence, you still got your hand up? No? Okay then. All right then. So what we've had is a recommendation for deferral by Councillor Rice. That's seconded by myself. Lee, are you happy for us to go to the vote?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so I'll go through one by one. All those in favour of deferral, I'll go to Councillor Shinnick first.
Agree.
Councillor Churchman.
Agree.
Councillor Lawrence.
Reject.
Councillor Fletcher.
Reject.
Councillor Potter.
Agreed.
Councillor Rice.
Agreed.
Councillor Salmons.
Agreed.
And Councillor Byrne.
Reject.
Okay then, Wendy, are you happy with that vote? Have I got everyone? Yeah. Obviously, myself and Councillor Rice were in favour of the deferral because we recommended it.
Yes, Chair. I've got 6 for and 3 against.
Excellent. Okay then, right. So we can say application 20/00827/FUL has been deferred to a later date with the reasons given to give the council and the developer a bit more flexibility to come back with something a bit more viable. Hopefully we'll rediscuss that soon. All right then, brilliant. So it's now 11:27. We're on our last item of the evening. Councillor Churchman, I understand that you wanted to leave the meeting. Well, not leave the meeting, sorry. You didn't want to participate in this particular item. So you're more than welcome to go or you can stay. Before I go any further, Councillor Lawrence, I can see your hands raised.
Thank you, Chair. Before it goes on too long, I was going to ask later on if I could go on a site visit for this because I think it's quite in depth and I'd like to see it for myself. And I know it's quite late, so I thought I might suggest it now.
That is interesting.
Can I jump in there, Chair, and agree with that? That's exactly what I was going to say. And we need a site visit, but it needs to be at about 9:30 on Saturday morning to see the shops and the access in and out. So yeah, I agree with Angela. We've got a site visit, 9:30 on Saturday morning, please.
Right, hang on. So Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Salmons.
Yeah, I think site visit would be a good idea because people are already talking about parking issues, other issues. So I think it'd be better if we went and looked at the site rather than go through a debate and then we're going to go and look at the site.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Rice, you're in favour of that. Sorry, Lee Nicholson, just to go through a formality, can we do that straight away? Or do we have to go through formalities first?
Chair, I think if the the item's been opened, then you can move. In theory, you can move straight to the deferral if that's the will of the committee.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I do. I must admit, I was sort of heading that direction anyway. Albeit, it also gives the developer an opportunity to speak once we've had that site visit. Okay then. So, and obviously we can reconvene this at a later date. So let me just check with everyone first. So, recommended by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Councillor Byrne. All those in favour of a site visit, I'll go through one by one. Councillor Shinnick.
Agree.
Councillor Fletcher.
Agreed.
Councillor Potter.
Agreed.
Councillor Rice.
Agreed.
Councillor Sue Salmons.
Yes, I agree.
And that was obviously recommended by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Councillor Byrne, and that is everyone because Councillor Churchman is not part of that. Wendy, are you happy with that? That's unanimous.
Yes, Chair.
Excellent. All right, then. Well, thank you very much, everyone. I know it's late. I think we've had a very productive meeting there. I think it was important to get that deferral on the last item. I think it's important to get a deferral on this one because it's very dense. So it's good that we turn up.
My hand's up still, Chair.
I'll go ahead, Councillor Byrne.
Just saying, is it possible that we can pick like Saturday morning after 9? Is it 2 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon? You're not going to see it. So can I request that we actually pick a time where it's at its worst?
Yeah, okay. I'd have to check with the officers because obviously I understand they're obviously Monday to Friday. But you are right. Yeah, we want to try and be a bit more accommodating. I'll just go straight to Lee. Lee, what's the general rules with site visits?
Thank you, Chair. The general rule would be Monday to Friday. Office hours would be the typical site visit times, but obviously the request has been put forward and would pick that up with Democratic Services.
Excellent, thank you. And Steve Taylor, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, Jess. Just a suggestion, if it helps, and I only say it because obviously I know the club, but I would suggest a Friday afternoon is if you're looking for a busy time. I don't mean at the club, but just generally around there. I normally get a taxi up there on a Friday, and the taxi struggles to find somewhere to park unless it drives into the club. So, if that helps, just a thought.
Yeah, we could give it options maybe on a site visit, either Friday evening or Saturday morning or sort of late afternoon on Friday maybe. Councillor
in evening. I was talking about sort of 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock on a Friday, which is when I would often get there anyway. Is normally pretty busy.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for that. And then Councillor Salmons. Councillor Salmons, you got your hand raised?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to unraise my hand.
No worries. Okay. Right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that was a 5.5 hour meeting, but I think it was very constructive. And yeah, onwards and upwards. Look forward to seeing you all on the site visit. And next month, hopefully it'll be a good one. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you, officers, as well. Cheers. Thank you, officers and
Good night,
agents.